Good evening. Let's call to order the special council meeting, closed session of September 30th, 2025 at 4:01 p.m. The city does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. The council meeting is considered limited public forum, which means council can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Speakers' comments must be limited to the agenda item being considered by council. If speakers' comments are not related to agenda item, the presiding officer will rule the speaker out of order. The speaker will not be ruled out of order because of disagreement with the content of their speech. Location and online details are available on the council agenda. Scan the on-screen QR code or click the language access and translation link on the council agenda to read and listen along to more than 60 different languages. Use the show captions button to view captions on Zoom. Following the closed session, the study session on animal control services will begin at 6 p.m., followed by regular council meeting at 7 p.m. We encourage the public to stay tuned and participate in the council session and regular meeting. Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Mayor Klein.
Present.
Vice Mayor Sell.
Present.
Councilmember Cisneros.
Present.
Councilmember Mellinger. Councilmember Srinivasan.
Present.
Councilmember Chang.
Present.
Councilmember Lay. 5 present with Councilmembers Mellinger and Lay absent.
Okay. And Councilmember Lay and Councilmember Mellinger are excused, both excused. Members of the public will now have an opportunity to address council on the closed session items. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk, raise your digital hand now, or dial *9 on the telephone to indicate you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 60 seconds to speak. I do not have any speaker cards. Does anyone want to speak on these items before we hear from the remote speakers? No. Okay. Remote speakers are warned to limit their comments to agenda items being considered. Speakers who are ruled out of order will not be given another chance to speak on this item. These items are A and B on the agenda and involve the following topic. Item A, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, title, City Manager. Item B, Conference with Labor Negotiators, Agency Designated Representative, Tina Murphy, Director of Human Resources Employee Organization, Public Safety Managers Association, PSMA, and Communication Officers Association, COA. Clerk, do we have any remote participants wishing to speak on these items?
No, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so I will close public comment. Council will now adjourn to closed session. See you back at 6 p.m. Okay.
Audio test.
Okay. Good evening. Let's call to order the special council meeting study session, September 30th, 2025 at 6 p.m. The city does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. This council meeting is considered a limited public forum, which means that council can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Speaker comments must be limited to the agenda item being considered by council. If speaker comments are not related to the agenda item, the presiding officer will rule the speaker out of order. A speaker will not be ruled out of order because of disagreement with the content of their speech. Location and online meeting details are available on the council agenda. Scan the on-screen QR code or click on the language access and translation link on the council agenda to read and listen along in more than 60 different languages. Use the show captions button to view captions on Zoom. Following the study session, the regular council meeting will begin at 7 p.m. Clerk, may we please have the roll call?
Mayor Klein,
Present.
Vice Mayor Sell,
Present.
Councilmember Cisneros,
Present.
Councilmember Mellinger,
Present.
Councilmember Srinivasan,
Present.
Councilmember Chang,
Present.
Councilmember Lay, 6 present with Councilmember Mellinger participating via teleconference.
And Councilmember Lay is excused absence. So now we'll be moving to our study session item 250652, a study session on animal control services. Is there a staff report?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of City Council. My name is Chief Dan Pistor with the Sunnyvale Department of Public Safety. Joining me this evening is Deputy Chief Ava Fanucci, Captain Jeremy Lima, and Senior Management Analyst Peter Wong. As a reminder, this topic was last before Council on April 22nd of this year, and at that time, Council requested a follow-up study to provide 3 key items: an overview of the city's animal control service program, an update on the impacts resulting from the closure of the Humane Society Silicon Valley and our transition to a new shelter provider, and staff's assessment of whether additional investment in animal control services are warranted at this time. Tonight, we'll deliver on these points. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Captain Jeremy Lima.
Thank you, Chief. All right, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for providing this opportunity for us, and thank you, Chief, for the introduction. My name is Captain Jeremy Lima, and I oversee the Animal Services Program. Our presentation this evening will cover 3 key areas. One is an overview of the Animal Services Program and the scope of services that we provide, the operational impacts resulting from the closure of our former shelter services provider and the transition to a new provider. And finally, it includes next steps, including near-term service planning and longer-term strategic considerations for the city. The city's animal control program operates within the Department of Public Safety and is intentionally designed as a focused, service-oriented operation. Currently, our team includes 1 full-time senior community services officer who serves as our senior animal control officer, and another full-time animal control officer, and they both utilize 1 dedicated animal control vehicle. While field operations are managed internally, the city contracts with an external provider for animal control services. This agreement was previously with the Humane Society Silicon Valley. However, as of February 1st, 2025, the city has transitioned to the County of Santa Clara under an emergency procurement. Next slide highlights our program budget. So our program budget reflects a balanced approach to service delivery and fiscal responsibility. For fiscal year 24-25, the total program budget was approximately $818,000, increasing to about $843,000 in the current fiscal year. As you can see in the slide, staffing represents roughly 40% of total costs, while contract services, including shelter operations, account for the remaining 60%. Any future adjustments to service levels or change to our shelter provider will have a direct impact on these numbers, and staff will continue to monitor these costs closely as the program changes. The animal control team provides a broad range of public safety and animal welfare services. This includes investigating reports of stray, nuisance, injured, abused, or dangerous animals, impounding animals when necessary, enforcing municipal and state codes related to animal care and control, and removing and disposing of deceased animals. These services are essential for the public safety within the city. We have a recap of the services. For nearly 2 decades, the city's shelter services were provided by Humane Society Silicon Valley. However, following a significant fire at their Milpitas facility in December of 2024, HSSV notified the city of their intent to terminate services effective February 1st, 2025. Given an estimated 2-year repair timeline, both parties mutually agreed to end the agreement, with the official termination occurring in June. In response to the HSSV fire, the city entered into an emergency procurement agreement with the County of Santa Clara, effective February 1st, 2025. The county service model differs from our previous provider's approach in that the county does not impound healthy stray cats. This policy is based on their stance that impounding can cause unnecessary stress to animals and that fewer than 2% of impounded cats are ultimately reclaimed. Based on staff's research with neighboring agencies, the local shelters have similar approaches in regards to impounding healthy stray cats, typically favoring TNR services rather than impounding. To align with this model and enable the partnership with the county shelter, Council adopted a resolution on April 22nd, 2025, which temporarily suspended the Muni Code provision requiring the impoundment of healthy stray cats. This slide illustrates the process for handling reports of stray cats under the county's service model. And as you can see with the slide here, when a report is received, the responding animal control officer assesses whether the cat is injured or under 8 weeks old. If that's the case, the animal is impounded and provided care at the county shelter. If the cat is healthy and over 8 weeks, residents are referred to the county's trap, neuter, return program, rescue organizations, or other community-based resources. And you can see on the slide that the TNR program runs Tuesday, Thursday from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Since the resolution suspending the ordinance, staff has logged fewer than 20 calls that did not meet the impound criteria. These are instances that under the prior model would have required our shelter provider to impound the animals. This slide highlights how our animal control program has adapted to growing community demand while steadily improving service delivery. Calls for service have increased from 1,394 in fiscal year 22-23 to 1,790 in fiscal year 24-25. And other activity metrics like animal transports, travel hours have followed that same upward trend. Despite the increase, DPS has significantly improved responsiveness. The share of calls responded within 24 hours rose from 58% 2 years ago to 79% this past year. In short, we're managing more calls than ever and responding faster and more effectively, demonstrating strong operations even under increasing workload. Looking ahead, staff will continue to evaluate the program's operational capacity and resource needs. Any recommended adjustments will be brought forward as part of future budget cycles. Staff is developing solicitation materials for a competitive procurement process with the intent to issue an RFP sometime in mid-2026. In the meantime, the city plans to exercise a one-year extension of the current agreement with the County of Santa Clara. This phased approach will allow us to stabilize operations, maintain critical services, and evaluate service needs to develop a plan for the long-term future of the program. This concludes our staff presentation. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. And I will now ask if my colleagues have any questions. And please try to keep your questions to about 5 minutes, and then we'll come back for a second round after comment from the community. So our first person is Councilmember Shrin Mellinger.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Mayor, and thank you very much, Captain Lima, for your presentation. Starting on this, so my understanding is the county shelter is located in Morgan Hill. Is that correct?
It's located in San Martin, to be exact.
San
Yes.
Martin. Sorry.
Yes, sir.
I was close.
Yeah, no, far away.
It's quite a schlep. It's a long trip. What impact has that increased distance have had on our animal control operations?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'm going to quickly turn to our slides on the animal control program data. So that impacts, fiscal year 22, 23, 23, 24, 24, 25. I explained the consistent increase in calls for service. Our number of animals transported increased, from 196 to 342 this year. Number of trips to the shelter went from 147 to 192 this year. And then the hours spent traveling were 176 in 22 and have increased to 269. Couple different factors for that. One would be in 2022, 23, that fiscal year, the animal control unit was understaffed for half the year. We were training a new officer, so that accounts for some of it. But we've been fully staffed the last 2 fiscal years. But clearly, the distance has increased the number of animals that we're transporting, the number of trips, and the hours. Because of the distance, we assume that less people are transporting themselves, which means that it falls on us to do the transports.
Okay. And obviously the fire was in the middle of this past fiscal year, so we haven't seen the full impacts of that yet. Okay. Something that I've heard a lot of concern about is the issue of stray cats and access to trap, neuter, release services. As we look at a potential new service provider after the one-year extension with the county, will we be considering, can we include TNR services as part of that contract?
I'm going to defer to DC Finucci or Peter to go into detail on that.
Yes, I think that is something that would be included. Currently, the shelter that we are contracting with does provide trap, neuter, release services. So residents are able to take, currently under the current contract, they can transport those animals down to the shelter, and we do offer TNR services under the current contract.
Yeah, but how many residents are driving down to San Martin? Okay, that's good to know. I definitely would like to see that, as we consider a new contract. And I believe that does it for my questions. Thank you very much. I think that this is a really important topic, and I'm very grateful to staff for the presentation and for giving us the time to go deeper on this.
Okay, Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. What happens to the not, the cats were not, which are not impounded, the 12 or 19 calls, 19 cats which were not impounded, how do you find the owner to refer them to TNR program?
So in the case where there is a lot of time, the community cats are not owned. They're just community cats, so they actually don't have an owner. So if the resident wanted to trap that animal, they could trap it, bring it down to the shelter under the TNR services, drop it off in the morning, pick it up in the afternoon, and then bring it back to the location. So that is similar to surrounding jurisdictions with community cats. That is the how the TNR program is set up.
Okay. So once again, they have to drive to San Martin right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. And then you mentioned that DPS has worked efficiently, though there was the increased load. Can you describe what are the measures you did?
To describe the increased load?
Yeah, increased load, and then yet you were able to handle more calls or something like that? This is.
Yeah, I think I can answer that, but I might actually ask our senior animal control officer, Marissa Robinson. She might have some insight on that, but we're able to manage it just by honestly the work that the unit does. I mean, they're working hard. They're working as quickly as they can to try to meet the needs with the resources they do have. And obviously, as those slides showed, it's an increased demand with the distance,
Yeah.
but I think if she's okay with it, I'd like to turn it over to her if she can answer in more detail what they're doing every day to deal with those
Good evening.
those issues.
I'm Senior Animal Control Officer Robinson, with Sunnyvale Department of Public Safety. The best I can attribute the increase in is just our staffing level. For a few years, it was just myself. So once we got that second officer hired and trained up, we were able to return to a pretty good standard of service, and response time and call volume was able to increase as well.
Okay. And then, do you transport multiple animals in one trip, or how does that work? Because the number of trips has increased, the hours are not proportionally increased. So,
Yes, we try to, unless we have an injured animal that needs to go immediately to receive care, we try to handle all of the calls within the city and then take the animals all at one time at the end of the day. So unless we have an animal that can't wait or some circumstance, some investigation or something going on, we try to do a trip once a day. So that's why the number
Yeah.
of trips has remained about the same, but the number of animals has drastically increased because of that difficulty for residents.
and then do we have any way of temporarily storing the animals in the meantime for the day?
We don't have a storing facility. We have our animal control truck. It's temperature controlled. We have access to food, water, and able to keep them, safely monitored throughout the day until we take at the end. We are looking into some options.
Okay. And then what are the types of animals that can be transported together, or?
It depends.
There?
Yeah, we respond to wildlife and domestic animals. So we transfer all the domestics to the shelter and the wildlife to the wildlife center, which is not too far out of the way. So even if we have to do both transports, they line up pretty well. So for the shelter, it's mainly cats and dogs, but also any domestic animals, turtles, rabbits, birds, chickens, a variety.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
That's
very welcome.
interesting. Thank you
Yeah,
very
of
much.
course. Anytime, very welcome.
Mayor Klein?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. One thing kind of going forward, it would be useful to see the actual breakdown of animals that we have, whether or not they're cats, dogs, turtles, and conceivably wildlife. So so this is counting only those going to the shelter. I'm assuming that there's a separate list of how often we go to the wildlife center. So giving council that full picture as a separate info update would be useful. Do we keep a visual record of especially the domestic animals that we take to the shelter, or from a trying to find, so if an animal has lost its tags and isn't chipped, and ends up at the shelter, does the owner, the only way they can find out whether or not that dog or cat is there, most likely dog, with this policy, do they have to go to that shelter, or is the only possible way of finding out what the pet is?
Yeah, our shelter takes photos of every incoming animal. So they have it, they don't necessarily post it online, but they have it accessible for anyone looking to reclaim their animals.
Okay, but there isn't an easy way for a resident who loses their pet would contact DPS, would then tell them to contact conceivably the shelter if it's been in the last 24 hours or something, and we can say we've delivered a dog, but we wouldn't keep an actual description of that dog, and they would have to then talk to the shelter of trying to get, okay, here's the general description. Can you show me a photo? Just trying to get a better idea.
Yeah, good question. We do keep descriptive information so we can try to match up locations and descriptions of missing animals with reported lost animals to reunite them as soon as possible. We just don't keep photos or visual documentation. The shelter does have that, and I'm not positive if they post it on their website, but they do have a lost and found report through their shelter as well as, I believe, the website.
Okay. And then as far as microchips. So we check microchips and try to find the owner. Do we do for every animal that we find?
Yes, every impounded animal, we try to scan it in the field if it's stressed and unable to be scanned safely. Sometimes it has to hold off till at the shelter later, so there can be a little delay depending on the animal's demeanor. But yeah, we try to return in the city as soon as possible if there's tags or microchips.
And I know that it's you and one other officer from an animal control standpoint.
Yes, sir.
What hours are we covering from a city standpoint?
So,
or what's uncovered, either way?
Yeah, the two of us work 10-hour days. We cover the field 6 days a week, typically from 9 to 6 or 9 to 7 or 10 to 8. Those are the field hours for Monday through Saturday.
Okay, and then, so I know that there are cities that have put in their own microchip readers at DPS or library for residents. If they find an animal that's approachable, that they feel safe with, and want to do something, want to see if they can track down the owner. I know that they're, enabling residents to say, oh, and also conceivably for that matter, I think my dog's chipped when I got it from the shelter, but I want to double check that information. Have we looked at providing that as a service at the library or DPS, just from enabling residents to do more within the community?
Yeah, we have two microchip scanners. One, I believe, is with the animal control unit. The other one is at the desk officer at headquarters. That is something we discussed. I think maybe a year or two ago, we talked about the library or the lobby of DPS. I think it was decided at that point not to have people bring in animals to headquarters, just of the concern of, we don't know the demeanor of that animal, and having them come into headquarters could create issues. But we do have that service.
Okay. And but it would then be useful to at least tell residents that is available. It's like if they find a puppy, if they find a dog that is friendly enough for them to pick up, as opposed to waiting for, the next animal control person to be on duty, or, enabling them to be a good Samaritan, I think has value, but not knowing where to go, or, if they call DPS, would that be the answer of the desk?
Yeah, if they call, yes, sir. If they call us, that'll be the response, is that we have that service. But certainly, yeah, we can look at the advertising of it.
Okay, and then I'll second what Councilmember Mellinger said. I have heard from residents that going to San Martin isn't as easy, of course, as going to Milpitas, and you see that just in the number of hours that our officers are spending on the road to go to San Martin is more, even though we're delivering fewer animals in the last year. So as as we continue to negotiate and looking at other options, I do think it's important for us to evaluate, hopefully, I've heard a lot of positive things about the Humane Society in Milpitas, Silicon Valley Humane Society, continuing that dialogue over the next year, especially as they rebuild and try to make sure that they can again take pets of all types, and so not having the restrictions that the county shelter has. So I thank you for your hard work and look forward to hearing more. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Cisneros.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, for coming back to us on this issue. When we received the report about what was going on after the fire, I know that many community members reach out to me and like, let's make sure we've got it. I'm like, well, we know we're on the right place, but we're trying to figure out in the interim. I do have a couple of questions. I'll try to go through them. How many cities are now utilizing the county shelter as an emergency option after that fire? So how are they like really severely impacted in addition to everything?
Yeah, so Peter Ong, Senior Management Analyst, DPS. As far as we know, the only city that was utilizing Humane Society for shelter services was Sunnyvale. So no other cities are impacted at the moment that we know of.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you. So it's not this huge influx and they're dealing with that too. So I appreciate that. And when you talk about picking up animals, deceased animals, are you talking only on public property or also on people's private property if there's, say, some wildlife there?
Marissa, do you mind? Marissa's the expert, so.
Hello again. Yes, we respond to deceased wildlife on city or public property, and then deceased domestic animals on private or public property.
That's very helpful. Thank you. So we've been talking about the TNR program a bit. How does it differ from the Humane Society's program? And I noticed that on the Humane Society website, it says that they partnered with like rescue operations to have people go and do the actual trapping, because a resident may be a little bit intimidated to start trapping animals. They may just be concerned. Is that something that we do as well, connecting people to rescue organizations, or perhaps loaning people traps or helping them understand how to do something like that safely?
Yeah, so good evening, Council Members Cisneros. Great question. So actually, before with the Humane Society, we actually were not contracted to do TNR services. Under our contract with them, they were required to impound all animals. So it was actually an impound. And what they did with the animals after that was at the discretion of the shelter. So the shelter down in San Martin does not impound healthy stray animals. So that is where the TNR option becomes available, if that answers your question.
Yes, and so it was mentioned you can bring them in during these times, bring an animal, a community cat or what have you. But say a resident doesn't have a trap or can't afford to just buy one for this occasion. Are there resources to connect residents to do this in a safe way?
Yes, my understanding is we actually will help with providing traps to residents to help them with trapping their animals if they want to then bring them down to the shelter and do that. And then we would pick them up at a later time.
Oh, so DPS would then pick them up and bring them back?
No, I'm sorry, the trap.
Oh,
So we would lend the trap out. They would bring the animal down to the shelter for the TNR services, and then we would get the trap back from them.
Okay, great. I think we should make that really clear to the community too. Like, is there a community cat? Would you like, them to receive services and even come back? Just having it step by step for our residents so that they're more, because the stray animal issue is like population growth, and then it becomes a health issue. And if we have that go on for more than even 1 year, you're talking about 3x cats or even more. So I want to make sure that our residents are so clear, like, if you want to help solve this problem, we're here to help you. And this is what you should do, because we wouldn't want them not to. So let's see. So I would be interested, the mayor talked about digging down into the data a little bit more. I would even be interested in having the calls for service disaggregated into what are we getting for, calls of stray animals versus abuse reports or noise. I don't know what else you would include in that, because I want to make sure, because we do have such a small staff here, that we're able to address all of these different issues in an equitable way and really look at where we might need to add other staff or what we may need to think about putting into another, contract with working with somebody else to make sure we're balanced. Because I would hate for like there to be a situation where we're not responding to every call for reported animal abuse. I know we'd all hate for one of those to be missed. So I just want to make sure we have the right resources. But I think that that about does it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Chang.
Yes, thank you for the presentation and the update. I was curious how the city uses the pet data licensing process. A couple years ago, I got a phone call from DPS that they had found a tan Shiba. It wasn't my tan Shiba, but I was really interested in knowing how the city is using that data when pets are lost.
We're going to defer to Marissa on that one too.
Hello. So we use pet data. If we have usually a tag number, we can tie it quickly back to the direct owner. Or if we have a lost description of an animal in a certain area, we can search that sort of grid and see if we have a possible or previously licensed animal that might match that description to try to locate an owner as a possibility of who might be lost to see if they can confirm if their animal's home.
Great, thank you. And I guess this is more for the county services. Do we have an understanding of what information they're providing to residents? For example, if my pet went missing and I called the county shelter, it would be a long distance to travel to San Martin and then realize it's not my pet. Do they have pictures or something that they can provide?
Yeah, they take pictures of all incoming animals. I know that it's accessible. I don't know the direct way that they communicate to residents that are calling. I could confirm more information about if they, send or release the photos or if they're able to provide, that confirmation before. But they've been really respectful of our residents' time and understanding. So I believe they would facilitate that as easy as possible.
Okay, great, thank you. And for the Humane Society, it says they have about a 2-year timeline for being able to build up again. So is the thought that when we're doing this mid-2026 RFP, is our preference to try to go back to the Humane Society or do something completely new?
Well, I'm sure Peter can probably touch on that, but
We don't currently have a preference per se. The purpose of the RFP is to see what's out there. However, we are evaluating the situation. So, I mean, the nature of the service is we need proximity, right? We can't just have someone across the country providing shelter services. So the discussions are ongoing to see what the timeline for the repair is for HSSV. But we'll evaluate when we go out to bid.
Okay, great, thank you. And then I just wanted to echo the comments about breaking out which type of animals, if they're wild or if they're pets, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I guess if we look at slide number 9, I think it is, with all the numbers, the grids. Slide number 9. Anyway, it just seems like there is a large increase in the number of calls for service, and do we foresee why that is, or is it ever going to be stable? It just seems like it keeps increasing, the number of calls.
well, I think what we think we can attribute that to is in 22, 23, we were down one officer for half of the year. So this talks about, calls for service and what we're able to respond to. So we're just able to respond to more now because we have our 2 full-time officers. So that's why you see it's a combination of half a year having less staffing, and then also the combination of now the distance to the shelter for the reason for the increases.
Okay. And then when we did have the shelter, then we would take the stray animals to the shelter and they'd stay there. But now the animals get neutered and then they come back and then they're just released where they were found. Is that how it is, or how is that?
Right. So the TNR program, it works just like that. The
Yeah.
cat goes to the shelter, they do the process, and then that process, it's industry standard that they are returned to where they came from, the colony they came from.
And then do you ever sense that where you're finding these stray animals is a certain part of Sunnyvale, or is it just evenly distributed among Sunnyvale?
I would ask Marissa to weigh in on that question because she's out in the field and would best speak on that.
I haven't noticed any specific patterns of certain areas. We do have some good local rescue groups that are doing a lot of work in the area to target if there are large scale issues to sort of keep that in check. So we're very fortunate to have, their assistance. But I haven't noticed any specific patterns of one area or another with the calls that we are receiving.
Mm. And then so there's volunteer rescuers who, and then do they try to help place these strays, or would they just help trap them, and then how does that work?
It sort of depends on their resources and availability. Their main goal is to trap, neuter, release. So their focus is not on rehoming them. They're not shelters or adoption partners primarily, but their partnership and goal is to make sure that they're not breeding and impacting in growing into a larger area. So if they're kittens, I know some of them do work to adopt out and things, but not primarily.
Okay. And then in terms of that RFP, are we looking for some organization that does do that does try to match these strays to people who might want to adopt them? Is that part of the RFP, or is that not part of the RFP?
Not at the moment. The RFP is really focused on animal shelter services as a whole. It might be one of the services that the shelters provide, but we wouldn't know until they submit their proposals.
So we want to move back to a place where we would take the animals to the shelter and then they would stay at the shelter. Is that what we want to move towards?
Not necessarily. The plan with the ordinance of we're pausing the impounding for healthy stray cats was intentional to give staff the flexibility to kind of evaluate what the shelters can provide out there. Not all shelters could impound all the cats, and not all shelters not all shelters could impound those cats. So it was really just to allow staff to really go out to bid to see what's out there.
Okay. And when you go out to bid, then you'll find out who takes the bid. And then in between that time, is there any amount of research or relationship building so you can see what's out there, or you only find out when you release the bid? Is there like a community of people that is focused on this kind of issue locally?
There are definitely communities out there, but city administrators, I've been in contact with a number of them. Everyone has the same issue of just trying to figure out what providers are out there right now. But it's not a secret that this is a service that everyone's looking for.
So in Santa Clara County, we have 15 cities, and all 15 cities have the same issue. Yeah, okay. So we're just doing what the other cities are doing. And wouldn't that put a premium on these services for all the 15? Yeah.
Quite, yeah, very
Okay.
much so.
Okay. And then how do we deal with that? That all these 15 cities in Santa Clara want that competing for these resources. Is there anything we need to do? Is it bring up the cost, or how does Sunnyvale deal with that?
How we deal with the increased costs?
How do we deal with 15 cities competing for all the same resources of needing a shelter, or it's just going to bring up the cost and then Sunnyvale will pay more, or any strategy?
I think
What are we doing as a county?
It's like anything else. It's a resource that's in demand. And we compete with other cities for, the services. It hasn't been an issue to date in terms of, driving up costs so much that, like there's enough services in the county to service everybody, but it definitely is a limited number. So there's nothing specific we need to do right now or have been doing. We just procure the services and use the ones we get through the procurement.
Okay. And then my last question is, do you get any input from the community since we've changed from leaving the strays with the shelter to doing this trap and release? Do we get any concerns or more complaints, or nothing that the community really says? No.
We haven't seen, I'll check in with public safety here, but I don't think we've seen a spike or in complaints around animal control services since we switched. Initially, there was a little concern that was expressed by the community, but since then that's passed, and I don't think there's been any issues.
Yeah, Dan Pistor, Chief of Public Safety. I would second that notion. I haven't monitored any huge spike in community concern over this. But I'm hearing what council is saying and talking about tonight. This is definitely a priority for our community. And I just wanted to reassure council that this is going to be a priority for the department. We will be monitoring this particular department and how we are meeting the needs that are demanded out of our community. But right now, I think we have a good plan going forward and we're fairly stable.
Okay. And why don't I go to the council members, and then after council members, we'll go to public comment. So we have Councilmember Mellinger. Do you have a question?
Yes, I have two brief questions. First, do we believe that that the city would be well served by having supplementary trap neuter release services? For instance, if we were to budget some fixed amount per year towards contracting with local vets or whatever to establish a TNR program in the city.
That would require us to take a look at our workload and develop a whole new program. I'm not sure I'd be able to confidently tell you yes or no here tonight. I'd like to take a look at that.
Okay. Possibly by contracting with some of the nonprofits in the area. The other question I asked is, at what point do we start thinking about hiring a third animal control officer?
I would first like to take a look at whether our measures that are currently in place are going to be adequate. So we just recently got up to full staffing. We just recently got stable after this fire. I think my advice is that we give it a little bit of time. Let us assess it, let us monitor it and take a look at it. We do have a process in place that if we do need more resources in this particular program, we can bring that back to council through the city manager and address it then. But my advice at this point is that we allow my staff to monitor this program and see if what we've done to date really plays out and makes a positive impact, which we are suspecting it will.
And council member, there's a service level established in the budget that calls for us to respond to animal service calls within 24 hours, 90% of the time. And we're improving to about 75% as of the last full year, so 23, 24. So I think the chief is on point here about letting it play a little bit to see if we're meeting our services levels. But the current staff is doing an outstanding job. And so,
absolutely.
Yeah, so I think it's something we'll keep an eye on, to put it short.
I think that's it. I'm entirely fine with that. I'm just looking at, we got 2 officers. There's not a lot of slack in that system. But I think that the approach that you and Chief Pistor have laid out makes a ton of sense. And with that, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Sharina Basan.
Thank you. Very two short questions. What are the other cities using for the shelter? You mentioned Sunnyvale was the only city using the Milpitas Center.
There's a number of shelters in the Bay Area. I mean, namely Savaca, Silicon Valley Animal Control Authority. San Jose runs their own shelter as well. Up north, there's Pets in Need. There's the county, as well as Tri-City Animal Shelter up in Fremont. So there's a number of them in the area.
Okay, thank you. And then the other quick question is, there is a detailed flow chart of stray cats. If we are dealing with other animals, why are not the flow chart for dogs or other animals?
So I think that's a great question. I think when the overview was originally proposed for the animal control program, part of that was the suspension of the stray cats. So we put that in there to show, to give a really good overview of what happens with those stray cats. And we also included at the bottom, like how many calls we received in that aren't meeting that criteria. So you would have a really good idea of what the impact was from that change in the service. So that was why we included that specific one regarding the stray cats.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Okay. Mayor Klein?
Yes, just kind of a follow-up to the city manager's comments. It would be useful to have how many calls came in that we weren't able to send out. So the service level is 24 hours. A lot of people will call back 24 hours later, or will just basically never call back and we won't go out and find anything. So a breakdown of those that from a call center standpoint, from a report would be useful, just to say how many people called and we went back 24 hours later, either didn't talk to the resident or didn't find a pet at that location, which is often the case 24 hours later, just to see whether or not, as Councilmember Mellinger was asking, is it a staffing issue? Is it a response issue, and what makes sense from a city standpoint? Thank you.
Yeah, and I think just to clarify, and I'm sure public safety has some of this data at least, that does not mean we respond to all calls at 24 hours, by 24 hours. So the vast majority are responded to right away.
Okay, so I think we've gotten all the council questions, so I will go ahead and I will open public comment on this specific item. Please submit your speaker card to City Clerk. Use the raise hand feature now or dial *9 on the telephone to indicate you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 90 seconds to speak. I have no speaker cards. So does anyone want to speak before we go to remote speakers? Okay. So remote speakers are warned to limit their comments to the agenda item being considered. Speakers who are ruled out of order will not be given another chance to speak on this item. The title of this item is Study Session on Animal Control Services. City Clerk, do we have any remote participants wishing to speak on this item?
Yes, Vice Mayor. First up is Mason F. Mason, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the City Council. And then just a brief note, today the timer will be counting up from 0 to 3.
New technology. Thanks, David. Really quick, Council. The contract for the RFP needs to be 2 years with 3 one-year optional extensions. The reason for that is obviously the Humane Society, the renovation for their facility is going to be 2 years and construction might go over. So that gives you flexibility to do a 2-year extension with the county or San Jose and then reevaluate in a year and extend it. But the goal should be to have them retain that contract, assuming they were performing well. And that's why you had the contract for so long. Because if you take that contract away from them, that's probably a huge portion of their revenue that's going to shift their business model in a great way. So you really need to be cognizant of that. That's some direction I would provide to the staff. The second thing is you should really just glance over the first 5 pages of the San Jose 130-page audit of their San Jose Animal Care Shelter. I had to work on this issue for 3 years under different council members. Long story short, they are going to start upcharging the other cities that contract out to them, like Cupertino, Saratoga, and Milpitas. So that's just a industry specific thing. The county is obviously dealing with a deficit, and you could expect the same from them. So as you contract this out to the only real two vendors, which is San Jose and the county, you're going to expect a higher number. And the last thing is you just want to really, I don't have time, I have 10 seconds, but just community engagement, contract out that service to Duo or someone so that DPS can focus on the things they're already doing. Thanks.
Vice Mayor, that was the final remote speaker for this agenda item.
Okay, so I will close public comment, and I don't see any council members. Oh, I do see who has raised their hand. Councilmember Mellinger?
Colleagues, I just wanted to announce that after we close this item, I will be leaving the meeting. I am feeling unwell, unfortunately. And while I regret that I will not be able to participate, I hope to be feeling better next time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so I just wanted to thank Public Safety for your excellent work. The amount that you've been able to increase the capacity while also getting so much accomplished and bringing a new officer into the mix. If there's anything you want from council, please feel free to ask, or any ways of making it more effective for the officers' use of their time. As one of the speakers was commenting, that would be great. So I'll adjourn this special meeting at 6:52 p.m. And we'll come back again at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Good evening. There we go. Let's call to order the council meeting of September 30th, 2025 at 7:01 p.m. I wanted to announce that tonight's meeting will be closed in the memory of Shaital Devatia, who passed away recently. I'll talk more about Shaital and how she influenced our city at the end of the meeting. The city does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Sunnyvale prides itself on the rich diversity of our residents. We are committed to creating a culture of belonging where members of our diverse community feel included, safe, and respected. This council meeting is considered a limited public forum, which means the council can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Speaker comments must be limited to the agenda item being considered by council for a consent calendar or public hearing items. Speaker comments during oral communications must be limited to matters within council's authority, generally referred to as council's subject matter jurisdiction. If a speaker's comments are not related to an agenda item, the presiding officer will rule that speaker out of order. A speaker will not be ruled out of order because of a disagreement with the content of their speech. Location and online meeting details are available on the council agenda. Scan the QR code on the screen or click the language access and translation link on the council agenda to read and listen along in more than 60 different languages. Use the show captions button to view the captions on Zoom. Comments on matters not on the agenda must be submitted prior to the time I call the item for oral communications. Comments on agenda items must be submitted prior to the time I close the public hearing on that agenda item. Speakers are requested to keep their comments to the time period set for the public comments for that specific agenda item, and time limits will be strictly enforced. Guidelines are posted on the city's website and on the council meeting agenda. First, please join me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Mayor Klein,
Present.
Vice Mayor Saul,
Present.
Councilmember Cisneros,
Present.
Councilmember Mellinger, Councilmember Srinivasan,
Present.
Councilmember Chang,
Present.
Councilmember Lay. 5 present with Councilmembers Mellinger and Lay absent.
Thank you. And please note for the record that both of those are excused absences. Vice Mayor, may we please have the closed session report?
So as indicated on the agenda, the City Council met in closed session on the following items. Item A, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, title, City Manager, and under Government Code 54957.6. Item B, Conference with Labor Negotiators, Agency Designated Representative Tina Murphy, Director of Human Resources, Employee Organization, Public Safety Managers Association, and Communication Officers Association. Nothing to report.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Next, we have several special orders of the day. Let me come up to the lectern. Before we begin tonight's meeting, we have several special recognitions. For our first presentation, we are joined via Zoom by Shannon Rivers of the Acamel Otham River People Nation in honor of Indigenous Peoples Day. Welcome, Shannon. In 1977, the International Conference of Discrimination Against Indigenous Populations in the Americas, sponsored by the United Nations, began to discuss replacing Columbus Day in the Americas with a celebration to be known as Indigenous Peoples Day. In 1992, Berkeley, California, was the first city to rename Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day. And since then, over 200 cities, counties, universities, and states have done as well. While Sunnyvale does not recognize Columbus Day as a holiday, honoring the indigenous people of the land is important and a vital part of ensuring our community is inclusive and welcoming. Much of the Bay Area, including Sunnyvale, is the ancestral home of the Ohlone people. Shannon, it's great having you here today. And I would love for you to say a few words about your experiences.
I love to. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council and members of the audience. My name is Shannon Rivers. I'm Akamir Autumn from the Gila River Indian people in Arizona. I currently live on the Tongva, Tatamva territory of Los Angeles, and thank you for the Ohlone people. And Mayor, I was thinking about your comments about how long it's been that Indigenous peoples have attempted to fight for rights, for not only for political rights, but for our human rights, our basic human rights. And Indigenous peoples are definitely unique to this country. We are distinct people, and that distinction holds through treaty, through legislation, through policy, wars that we had with the United States. And now we look for recognition throughout not only our cities, but through this country. And recognizing Indigenous peoples is a great start. To have us have a day which is not unusual. There is Native American Heritage Month that's coming up in November, but we ask people, and there are currently land acknowledgements that people give. And to this mayor, I would say that we have to do more than that. Recognizing Indigenous peoples and Indigenous Peoples Day is a start. And it is a great honor to sit on this dais and to support this movement that the City Council has had this foresight. And I know, Mayor, that we have sat in a couple of spaces before and recognizing Indigenous peoples and their contributions not only to this country, but to all the things politically, socially, economically, culturally. I think that Indigenous peoples are important to all our movements that we currently are struggling with. And even though that the city of Sunnyvale recognizes Indigenous peoples, you have a target now. You are this current administration and the political upheaval that we see trying to erase people from and the history from this country is always concerning to Indigenous peoples. So I recognize you, Mayor, and I recognize the council, and I recognize that we are moving a step forward, but this is not the entire work. That we talk about people in that region, in your area, the Ohlone territory, and we recognize people and say, let's talk about land back. Let's talk about what resource development looks like. Let's talk about what sustainability long-term looks like for Indigenous peoples, not only Indigenous peoples, but in people in Sunnyvale and in the Bay Area. And that we can hopefully all come together and build a better world for not only Indigenous thought, Indigenous ideology, but through stewardship of the land and through political systems like yours. So I thank you, Mayor, and I thank you and the council. I thank you for the members who are in the audience, and I thank you for this proclamation, and we thank you and we stand with you in solidarity. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Shannon, and thank you for being at our Unity events in the past. Your personal stories and in reminding us of the plight of the Indigenous peoples was very touching, and I still talk about the stories you related to us. So on behalf of the Sunnyvale City Council and in appreciation for our Indigenous community, I proudly proclaim October 13th, 2025 as Indigenous Peoples Day and call upon all of our Sunnyvale residents to celebrate and recognize the many Indigenous communities and cultures that make up our great country. For our second recognition, we are honoring Sunnyvale Stands Against Hate Week. United Against Hate Week is a growing campaign that started in 2017 right here in the Bay Area in response to rising incidents of hate and hateful expressions. This week is a time where coalitions of elected officials, community leaders, activist organizers, and so many others come together in a commitment to foster environments where everyone can live, work, and flourish without fear and without facing hatred. It calls upon local civic action to stop hate and implicit biases, which threaten the safety and civility of our neighborhoods, towns, cities, and the entire nation. Here in Sunnyvale, we recognize that despite how far the society has come on issues of inequality, prejudice, and discrimination, we still have work to do to ensure our communities are truly safe and welcoming for all. Joining us tonight is Fernanda Perdomo Asimnegas. Where's Fernanda? Fernanda? Oh, there you go. Sunnyvale's Equity, Access, and Inclusion Manager. Welcome. Oh, and please introduce and come on forward. No, this way. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead and say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually have Geeta Galakota from our thank you, Advisory Committee on Accessibility. I'm sorry. Go with it.
Thank you, Mayor Klein. Thank you, Fernanda, for introduction. Good evening, everyone. My name is Geeta Golakota. I serve on the Advisory Committee on Accessibility, which advises the city staff on accessibility issues related to the city services, programs, and facilities. Tonight, I want to talk about United Against Hate Week and the importance of the events that celebrate courage, resilience, and the humanity of our diverse community. Events that showcase the power of dialogue, understanding, and solidarity. First, our LGBTQ plus community panel. This event offers a safe space for LGBTQ plus individuals to share their experiences of discrimination, but also of resilience, hope, and triumph. Listening to and amplifying these voices honors their contributions and humanity. For someone feeling isolated or discouraged, these stories can be life-changing, offering hope and reassurance that we are moving forward together. This panel takes place on Tuesday, October 21st from 3 to 5 p.m. at the City Hall. Next, our spotlight on Daphne Frias, presented in collaboration with the Office of Equity, Access and Inclusion, and the Human Relations Commission and Sustainability Committee. This event is part of our sustainability series. Daphne, a 26-year-old Latina activist with cerebral palsy, has been a wonderful voice in the fight against gun violence, for voting rights, and helping pass more than 15 statewide laws. She's an inspirational figure. As a founder and executive director of Box the Ballot, she mobilized youth across the country, collecting over 20,000 absentee ballots during the 2020 midterms. Daphne also advocates for LGBTQ plus rights, climate justice, and disability inclusion. Her story reminds us that activism rooted in empathy and courage can uplift entire communities. This event is on Monday, October 27th from 7 to 8:30 p.m. You can find more information on flyers at the back of the room, Sunnyvale's calendar of events, and the Equity, Access, and Inclusion webpage. On a personal note, I'm an advocate of neurodiversity, the idea that neurological differences like autism, ADHD, and dyslexia are natural variations of human brain and should be recognized and respected. I focus on helping parents, schools to embrace inclusion. Beyond my work with Advisory Committee on Accessibility, I'm a board member at Sunnyvale Education Foundation, which has been doing phenomenal work in promoting inclusion in our schools and also in our community. Sunnyvale Education Foundation focuses on equity and inclusion. Sunnyvale Education Foundation has recently funded programs such as Peer Connect, which is a club where neurodivergent kids get together with neurotypical kids and play games with some activities, and they form bonding. So these kids, when they are walking around the campus, they get called out by their name, and it's such a wonderful feeling to have have a friend. It is a basic right for any kid, and these neurodivergent kids do not experience that, and it's a wonderful thing that I'm proud to say Sunnyvale Education Foundation founded in 2 different schools, Sunnyvale Middle School as well as Columbia Middle School. In addition, it also funded a sensory break tent, recognizing that many kids and many neurodivergent individuals require a break in an event, so they can have a break from the overwhelm that many events cause. This promotes kind of awareness that not all of our brains can perceive the environmental factors the same way. Our senses react differently and may require breaks. So I'm very proud of the work that Sunnyvale Education Foundation is doing in regards to that. I also help personally organize ability awareness tables at various school events and offer workshops in individual classrooms. Our group of parents also does it at the Snail neighborhood that has happened recently. This is to promote awareness and promote inclusion. But slowly but surely, our community is accepting and is becoming more aware of the neurodivergence of our brains and accommodating our differences. This work connects directly to the mission of United Against Hate Week. Discriminatory practices and bias can sideline people from education, work, and full participation in society. When opportunities are blocked, we all lose innovators, thinkers, and contributors who could have enriched our communities. Promoting awareness, equity, and inclusion ensures that everyone has a chance to thrive, benefiting both individuals and society as a whole. To close, thank you for letting me speak tonight. United Against Hate Week is a time to engage, listen, learn, and act together. Through dialogue, collaboration, and visibility, we can strengthen our community and renew hope in what is possible when we stand united against hate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Geeta, and all the work that you're doing and to raise awareness, especially with the neurodiverse community, but everything you're doing. To affirm our statement of values, the city honors and respects our individual experiences, and we will support and protect people of any race, religion, ancestry, ethnicity, ability, gender identity, or sexual orientation. We reject hate, discrimination, and violence, and we serve the needs of all of our residents, our students, our workers, and other community members with respect, with professionalism, dignity, and fair and equitable treatment. So on behalf of the Sunnyvale City Council, it is my pleasure to proclaim October 19th through October 25th, 2025, as Sunnyvale stands united against Hate Week, and I call upon all of our community to stand united and resolved in combating hate and promoting acceptance throughout. And Geeta, thank you for what you're doing. Congratulations. And for our third and final recognition, the City of Sunnyvale is proud to join the International Council of Active Aging in celebrating Active Aging Week. During the week of October 6th, the Senior Center will join other aging service providers across the county, in promoting all aspects and benefits of healthy, active lifestyles. Active aging brings focus to our loved ones in our community, encouraging them to stay positively engaged in all aspects of life. I'm pleased to announce the Senior Center will be hosting a free resource fair on October 8th and 9th. On October 8th at 9 a.m. to noon, there will be over 30 agencies in attendance, representing a wide range of services, including health and wellness, education, nutrition, medication, medical, recreation, and much more. I'm also excited to share that the Senior Center will be hosting a week-long series of free events that highlight the great services we offer to support our aging population, including dancing, social groups, fitness and movement, lectures, and much, much more. Follow the Sunnyvale Recreation on Facebook, or check the city's website for a complete listing of the free events that celebrate Active Aging Week. Would you like to say a few words? That's it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's okay. My name's Trenton Hill, the Recreation Manager here overseeing the Senior Center. And I just also wanted to thank you for this opportunity and council members to extend and second the invitation to please spread the word about our resource fair. It's the first one that we've been able to have back in recent memory. And so we're really excited to offer this event to the community. There are many of our older adults in this community that don't know how or where to get resources and oftentimes get passed along from one or referred. Here's an opportunity for everybody to hear from many agencies in one room, to get contacts, and so it's really beneficial. So please help spread the word. We invite you guys. It's free and open to anybody. And then also, like the mayor mentioned, we have a whole week of fun activities, including some ice cream on Friday. So come visit us. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Stay here, John. Thank you, Trenton. Thank you for what you and all the staff in LRS, as well as especially at the Senior Center, are doing. On behalf of the Sunnyvale City Council, I hereby proclaim the week of October 6th as Active Aging Week in the city of Sunnyvale. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next up, we were supposed to have a presentation from Pacific Gas and Electric Company. However, there were issues and the speaker was not able to be here tonight. But instead, we will move to oral communications. This is now the public's opportunity to address council on topics not listed on tonight's agenda. This section is limited to 15 minutes and may be extended or continued after our general business. Individuals may only speak once during oral communications. This council meeting is considered a limited public forum, which means that council can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Speaker comments during oral communications must be limited to matters within council's authority, generally known as council's subject matter jurisdiction. If a speaker's comments are outside the council's subject matter jurisdiction, the presiding officer will rule that speaker out of order. This allows council to conduct its business in a reasonably efficient manner and protects the rights of other speakers. A speaker will not be ruled out of order because of a disagreement with the content of their speech. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk, raise your digital hand now, or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. Before I get to the public, Vice Mayor Sell has several announcements.
Join us at Sunnyvale's first Funk or Treat. Fun for the whole family for costumes, candies, and spooky fun. Come to our first electric vehicle Funk or Treat on Saturday, October 25th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at 433 Charles Street. Attendees can speak to EV owners showcasing their vehicles with decorated front trucks. Grab tasty bite from the on-site food truck and compete in the costume contest and scavenger hunt. If you are 16 or older, test drive electric bikes. To register and learn more about Sunnyvale's Drive Electric program and fun events, visit sunnyvale.ca.gov and search on Drive Electric and or email green@sunnyvale.ca.gov. That was the first comment. And the next announcements is Sustainability Speaker Series, United for Disability and Climate Justice. Daphne Frias is a 27-year-old Latina and disability rights advocate with cerebral palsy. She was featured in the New York Times, Teen Vogue, and on NPR. In this talk, Daphne explains how disability rights connect to protecting the environment. She also shows how we can learn from the strength of disability communities to fight climate change. Join this event to inspire to achieve our climate goals from a new lens. This event will be online via Zoom on Monday, October 27 from 7 to 8:30 p.m. Register and learn about the Sustainability Speaker Series and future events. Visit sunnyvale.ca.gov and search Sustainability Speaker Series. Our email green@sunnyvale.ca.gov. And our third announcement is board and commission recruitment is underway for the following openings. Human Relations Commission. Applications are due by 4 p.m. on Monday, October 27, in order to be scheduled for an interview with council on Monday, November 3rd. General eligibility requirements include Sunnyvale residency. For more information, visit sunnyvale.ca.gov and search boards and commission, or call the office of the city clerk at 408-730-7483 to request an application. Applications to serve on board or commission are accepted on a continuous basis. Applications received after the deadline will be considered for future openings.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have several speaker cards in the room for oral communications. First up is Tara M., followed by Jessica J. And please note from our timer standpoint tonight, it'll be counting up as opposed to down like normal. So, but you will get a 30-second warning before the end of your time.
And you'll cut me off anyway. Okay, got it. Okay to go now? Okay, I'm Tara Martin-Milius, and I am the Executive Director for Leadership Sunnyvale. And tonight I am speaking as the Executive Director for Leadership Sunnyvale. As many of you know, we just celebrated our 40th anniversary. We had a big celebration. We awarded a recognition for people who had done some great services to our community and for Leadership Sunnyvale. And we were given some awards and recognitions as well, not the least of which came from the city of Sunnyvale. However, one that I didn't get during the whole program was the resolution from our illustrious, honorable Patrick Aarons, who has, with the whereases and resolves, and we have all kinds of wonderful things that were said about Leadership Sunnyvale and what our people have done and what our alumni are doing and active in our civic society. And what I want to do is say they're the tip of the sword, you know. It is everybody else behind them that allowed us to get this. It's 40 years of people doing things behind the scenes. So I particularly would like to say thank you very much, Council. You approve a grant for us each year. And particularly, I would like to thank our staff, our city manager, the staff, the direct staff who have always supported us in so many different ways and so much behind the scenes to make everything work for Leadership Sunnyvale. So I wanted to kind of bring this up and show it to you and say, okay, folks, this is yours too. This is yours too. It's not just Leadership Sunnyvale. So I want to thank you all so very much for 40 years of hard labor, keeping this going. And we're proud of what we're doing too. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Next up is Jessica J, followed by Zachary K.
Hi, my name is Jessie Jarecki, and I'm a resident of Sunnyvale. About a week ago, I emailed council regarding a serious issue of safety around Vargas Elementary. In less than 15 minutes, I saw roughly 40 cars ignore the crossing guard and filmed one vehicle almost hit 6 pedestrians. I requested a formal review of this intersection to determine what other measures can be done to increase safety. The intersection has 2 schools, 1 preschool and a VTA bus stop, and there are no pedestrian bump outs like other Sunnyvale schools, no flashing lights like you see on Toffee Street downtown, and no buckets with flags for the kids to carry as they cross over. And those are just the random ideas off the top of my head. Instead of a direct response from anyone here tonight, I have seen a lot of police officers at Vargas, which I have been told have been issuing parking tickets. Police can be very useful in certain situations. This is not one of them. Even if they are also ticketing people who ignore the crossing guard, education and infrastructure, not punishment, are far better tools to change such large-scale behaviors. Vargas is a Title I school, which means that at least 40% of our students are low income. Therefore, the first tool the city uses when told of an infrastructure problem is to send police to ticket the people who can least afford it. Fears of ICE enforcement have led to lower school attendance, and now ICE is specifically allowed to racially profile Hispanic or Latino people regardless of immigration status. About 50% of Vargas students are Hispanic or Latino. So instead of sending police officers who may scare our students or families, please work with us to solve this problem. And before you think, but our police don't work with ICE, it's the policy. ICE has mimicked local police in places in this country, and so the fear of city police is reasonable and rational. When I asked the council for help with a different infrastructure problem at Vargas, the need for a dog park, again, the only result I've seen so far was more police ticketing people who have no other options. It's said that poor neighborhoods have poor infrastructure because no one comes to speak up, but my speaking up results in more financial burdens for my neighbors and no real changes. It's scary to come to you when this is the result we see. I beg you to avoid quick pseudo fixes of more policing and actually talk to our community to figure out what we need. Show us flashing lights in intersections instead of flashing lights on cop cars. Consult us rather than cite us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You'll hear this later. This is a safe space, and I understand that you're showing your support for a speaker. That being said, we try to make sure that this is a safe space for anyone coming up to the lectern, no matter what their voices are. We'll have, and we have our contact. DPS will talk to her. That being said, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but as we move on throughout the evening, we're trying to make it safe for anyone to come up here, whether or not that you agree with them or disagree with them. Next up is Zachary K., followed by Charlene L.
Scott Wiener's SB 79 seeks to create by right tall and dense housing development with a half-mile radius of certain transit stops. The bill is similar to SB 50 of some years ago. Following SB 79 clearing the California Senate, the Sunnyvale City Council put out an opposition letter. All your names were on it. Your opposition letter didn't work. The bill passed the legislature. It was handed over to the governor on May 23, 2025 for his anticipated signature, reportedly in October. Whole single-family home Sunnyvale neighborhoods will likely be destroyed by this legislation. So imagine my surprise when I find a letter from the city to the governor in tonight's council advocacy letters telling the governor the city has moved its position from oppose to neutral on the legislation. A quote from the letter, quote, "As a poor housing designated city, we thank Senator Hart and Senator for their efforts to improve housing in California, also protecting what makes our city so special, close quote. Apparently, our single-family homes don't make our city special. Per the city's letter, there was a change, albeit apparently with a substantial caveat, and a promised future one in separate legislation. Per the bill, the exclusion for historic designation cannot cumulatively exceed 10% of the eligible area of any transit-oriented development zone, close quote. All of those address the city's letter with the signature by the mayor, Larry Klein. If you are not okay with counting as neutral on single-family destruction, now that you're able, feel free to speak up. Silence counts as an answer too.
Thank you. Next up is Charlene L., followed by Daniel K.
Hello, I'm Charlene Liu, speaking for Sunnyvale Safe Streets. We continue our short course on Hollenbeck bike lanes. Before we begin Lesson 3, let's review the previous 2 lessons. Lesson 1 was a parking analysis of Hollenbeck. We showed that there is little need for street parking on Hollenbeck. This finding is based on objective measures of parking usage on Hollenbeck in the driveways and on side streets. Lesson 2 was an analysis of Hollenbeck's Alternative 2. Alt 2 retains a parking lane, greatly compromising safety of bike lanes. Alternative 2 bike lanes are dangerous because they are skinny, unbuffered, and in the door zone. Today, we will present Lesson 3, which is our canvassing experience. We have been systematically knocking on doors to find out what the public really thinks. We canvassed within half a mile of Hollenbeck, covering Mary to Sunnyvale, Saratoga, and the 2 miles from El Camino Real to Homestead Road. So far, we have sampled every major city block in this area. Unlike city-administered surveys, which looked at only a small vocal subset of the people, our survey is comprehensive and unbiased as we talk to every resident that opens their door. It accurately reflects what the public wants, more accurately than a city survey or emails from the public. We ask residents if they support buffered bike lanes in place of parking on Hollenbeck. The response was overwhelmingly yes. You will see who these residents are as they have signed our petition, which we will present to you prior to the council vote. So far, we have knocked on over 500 doors with a 67% response rate. Of these we spoke to, 58% support buffered bike lanes with removal of parking on Hollenbeck. They were enthusiastic. They think our city streets should be kept in a state of, our city streets should not be kept in a state of constant danger. They think children should have a safe way to get around on their own, to school, friends' houses, boba, and other destinations. 37% of people were unsure, and only 5% were against the bike lanes. They think cyclists endanger, these people who are against them think cyclists endanger drivers, that cycling is too dangerous, so children should be driven everywhere, and that walking even 100 feet to get to their car was unacceptable. The residents who support Hollenbeck bike lanes thanked me warmly for expending the effort to make our streets safe. Some said they wish this was done sooner. We will continue canvassing until the council vote, at which point we will present our final findings. To those of you who said you will vote according to public opinion, I hope you uphold your method of decision-making when the results come in to show that the majority of people support Alternative 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel K., followed by Margaret L.
Hi, good evening. My name is Daniel Karpolevich. I'm of Sunnyvale Safe Streets. So as part of the group that's been doing the canvassing, I just wanted to share my experiences on what kind of responses I've seen. And I was honestly surprised. If you go by the response at city council meetings or by surveys of residents on Hollenbeck, you would think that there is almost universal support for Alternative 3 or for nothing to be done. But when you look at the actual community of people who would actually be using these bike lanes the most, which are equally people who live between Mary and Sunnyvale, Saratoga, just as much as people who live directly on Hollenbeck, the response has been quite surprising. I've had many people who were extremely enthusiastic, who, when I asked them, hey, I'm here to talk about Hollenbeck bike lanes, they were like, oh yeah, I heard about this project. I'm so excited for it. A couple of people who didn't know, and as soon as I told them a couple of things about it, they were like, wow, that sounds like a great idea. The city should really do this. So I think when we look at these surveys, we really need to be looking at who actually benefits from this. And people who live on Hollenbeck will benefit from this just as much as the people who live, a couple of blocks away, for whom Hollenbeck is the safest and most direct route to destinations like downtown, to Caltrain, to Cupertino, to Moffett Field, all sorts of destinations that are most easily and most safely accessed by Hollenbeck Avenue, especially compared to Sunnyvale, Saratoga. I know for a fact, as someone who cycles myself, I would go out of my way to ride on Hollenbeck Avenue, especially if it had bike lanes, especially to Sunnyvale Saratoga Road, which will not be safe to ride on, short of fully protected bike lanes, which we have no plan to do right now, and are probably infeasible. So I just want you to consider this when we're looking at the data that we are gathering. We're gathering from a much wider range of people, not just folks who are going to potentially lose some parking spaces on their street. Those people will benefit as well, of course, by having the bike lanes, but it's important to recognize that there will be so many more people who will benefit as well, not just those people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Margaret L., followed by Steve.
Good morning, good evening, I'm Margaret Lawson. Switching subjects. The sculpture at the corner of Matilda and El Camino is called Paseo dos Sueños, is that right? Sorry. The two big steel triangles. Now, the triangles are placed. So at the winter solstice, and again at the summer solstice, the sun comes through a crack between the two pieces. Off and on for years, people have met at 5:20 a.m. in the morning in the summer and at 7:20 a.m. in the winter to witness the sun's rise. When there was dirt around the sculpture, you could see the rays of the sun on the dirt. Now the city has landscaped the area with tan bark. The problem is the tan bark, being a rough surface, diffuses or disperses the sun's rays so they're no longer a discernible nice ray. My suggestion would be to push aside this tan bark where the sun's rays land and make a line of finely crushed gravel. If that requires too much time or work or money or a dreaded study session, just get a piece of wood, 6 by 20, and line it up in the winter and summer solstice. Those of us who are just crazy enough to get up before dawn to meet others would appreciate it. Now, on another subject, several weeks ago, my 3 daughters and I got a helicopter ride, and I decided I want to be a helicopter pilot, but that's not going to happen. So, but we left from Reed Hillview, flew over parts of San Jose, across the bay, and we flew over my house here in Sunnyvale, down near Fremont and Mary, and then up the peninsula to other cities. And I want to tell you, I was shocked, literally shocked, by how few trees there are in Sunnyvale, especially compared with the other cities up the peninsula. In my neighborhood near Fremont and Mary, there are trees where there are as few as 2 20-foot trees and a lot of wannabe trees of 10 to 15 feet. It was really surprising. Now, I've heard that the city is planning to plant 5,000 trees, which I think is a very good idea. The sooner the better. Now, back to the sculpture and trees. There are now trees planted in front of the new Civic Center sign, which blocks a view of the sculpture. But I want to know, as they mature, are those trees going to block the sun from the sculpture? Thanks. And I have 30 seconds more.
Thank you. Next is Steve, followed by Shiva. Steve.
Okay, I think we might have some technical difficulties, so let me just double check. Okay, all right. Hi, everybody. My name is Steve. Thank you, City Council members. Mayor, City Manager, and council folks. Thank you for listening to us again. I'm going to jump to the ask because I generally run out of time. So I want to get my ask out of the way and then I'll jump back into my slides. But tonight, we respectfully request that the City Council direct staff to prepare a neutral environmental impact report or an equivalent study that evaluates the types of development most appropriate for our single-family neighborhood, which is the 295 South Matilda Avenue, Wells Fargo project. This study should specifically analyze parking impacts, traffic circulation, and long-term livability so that we can ensure the neighborhood remains safe, functional, and sustainable for the next 100 years, which is the lease that Mid-Penn has, without our streets becoming a burden, overburdened by excessive parking demand. We are in favor of low-income housing, but we're in favor of responsible low-income housing, like low-income senior housing, which is much needed in Sunnyvale. Low-income housing is necessary for workers and for public workers in the city of Sunnyvale, public safety, teachers, et cetera. Below market rate units for ownership for the same groups. Micro units that have options for lower density and height. Okay, so let's go back up to the top. Hopefully I'm going the right direction. Okay, so currently this is what we're looking at. This is the proposed site for Mid-Penn's site there at the Wells Fargo in our single family neighborhood. 126 units of approximately 590 people because of the configuration type of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. A 3-bedroom can have 7 people, a 2 can have 5, and a 1 can have 3. 66 parking spots. It's 590 people, potentially 590 cars, potentially out in the street with only 66 above ground parking spots. This is the current view from the homes that are there. That's a historical house right there, right across the street that looks at Wells Fargo. You see how narrow that street is just from the 2 Tesla cars right there. Extremely narrow. That's the spot. This is what they're proposing is this gigantic monstrosity 6-story unit that's well above the downtown specific plan of 126 units, which should be around 52. Let's take a look at the numbers. The numbers are showcasing, again, 590 spots for, 590 spots with 66 parking spots. For that one, Maxwell at 225 with 75 spots. Meridian, 270 people with 90 spots, and 10 for Kiki's because that spills over. So it's 1,095 people with 864 potential spots, or 231 parking spots that they have, with 864 looking for parking on those streets. Not very good. Right now, if you look at the current, if you look at this here, you can see that we're only 106% of capacity.
Thank you.
So thank you for listening.
Next up is Shiva, followed by Uday.
Okay, well, good evening, everybody. So I want to talk about.
Move up the mic closer.
Yes, I want to talk to you all about the same topic. This is the project. You just saw the pictures. Let me come directly to this main point, which I want to bring to your attention. We recently sent an email to all of you, providing some information that you can consider as you look forward, thinking about these projects. And one is, please consider 100% senior housing project at this site, given the current scenario in the street. As you just heard, there's already a low-income housing project in the street, less than 500 feet away, probably less than 100 feet away from there. So in terms of why we are asking for senior housing, we think it addresses the need of low-income housing that is there in the Bay Area today. It serves the much-needed population type, and the smaller unit sizes that can perhaps serve this type of population can reduce the total footprint and perhaps make the building fit into the neighborhood. So some facts, these are facts that we collected from other sources. Sources are linked over there, and we also send that to you. Some high-level points, in Santa Clara County, seniors over 65 plus grew 13% in the last 4 years. That's, according to the studies, Bay Area is aging faster than any other US metro according to the San Francisco Chronicle article. Fixed income, and of course, cannot match with housing costs. We all know the housing costs are very high, and especially for somebody with living in fixed income, and especially with the recent Fed cuts on healthcare, healthcare costs keep going up, and so we believe that senior population can be very well serviced at this site. On a slightly related but different topic, I also want to bring to your attention that as you continue thinking for the next steps for this project, when you ask about what you want for this site, don't go by whatever the builder tells you it is. Because if somebody says we want to build 20-story building right there, because why not? And for such reasons, you may want to think about what really fits into the neighborhood. So from that perspective, I want to bring this to your attention. That is, recently in Palo Alto, Midpen proposed a 7-story, 77-unit building, whereas somebody else, an Alta, a different constructor proposed a 5-story and much more inclusive building to that neighborhood, and that was selected. This is just an example. So I want to stop here. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Uday.
Thank you, Mayor Klein. Thank you, City Council members. You know us. The three of us, we live on Charles Street, and we've been coming here for almost a year now. Actually, before that, we've come also. And the reason why we come here again and again to annoy you a little bit is to underline how important this decision that you are making that will affect our lives, that will affect our children's lives for the next 100 years. I moved here almost 30 years ago to Sunnyvale. I haven't left since. I want to grow old here. I want to live here. I want to live in Charles Street. I love Sunnyvale. But the decisions that you are making today is going to make it very, very difficult for us. Neighbors have already moved out of the street, right? Because it's becoming hard for us to live there. My neighbor Steve has talked about it. Shiva has talked about it. We've talked about it before. One of the things we understand, again, thanks for all the guidance you've given us, all the time you've given us, but we need more than that. We need your help to make sure that the right decisions are made to make our street safe and livable for us. One of the requests we have is for you to direct city staff to do a study on this lot and what development should be made. Like you see there, Midpen in a recent proposal proposed a 7-story building with 77 units, but Palo Alto approved a 5-story building with 57 units, right? I mean, if it works for Palo Alto, why cannot work for Sunnyvale, right? Why can't we do? In fact, I would say we can do better than that, right? I would also, there are other examples here that are giving the same information. No need to memorize this. We will for sure send you all of this information and more. But the only thing that I request you and everybody here, including city manager, is really to help us and understand the plight that we are in. Parking is very difficult. And like Steve mentioned, you are now putting another 500 more people to live there and giving only, parking spaces for 66 or 70 people. You are ignoring the downtown specific plan requirements, which call for 4 stories and, putting down 7 stories. I recently got a letter from the developer, the builder, that they are, putting together a community outreach, and we were told that we can give inputs on color schemes and palettes. Those are not our concerns. We are not concerned about what colors they have. We are concerned about the type of building that they are putting there and the type of parking that they are going to give and the size of the building. Those are our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was my last speaker card in the room. City clerk, do we have any remote speakers wishing to speak under oral communications?
Yes, Mayor. First up is Steve. Steve, you've been unmuted and you have 3 minutes to address the city council. And then just a note that in the past, the timer has been a countdown timer. Tonight it is counting up for you from 0 minutes up to 3 minutes. Steve, you should see a pop-up on your screen asking you to unmute.
Unmute. All right, now I think we're there. I wanted to talk about the Hollenbeck bicycle. We've heard from the bicycle lobbyists several times. Wanted to share some information. Also asked the city council to go back to our survey so that you can see responses from people nearby and living on Hollenbeck, why they use the street parking and about the safety issues. Let's talk first about a safety issue. Just 2 days ago, turning from Hollenbeck left onto Cascade, while waiting there for the turn with my turn signal on, no fewer than 6 cars zoomed by on my right side at approximately 30, 35 miles an hour. Didn't slow down a bit. They just wanted to make another lane out of that road. Highly dangerous for anybody standing near that curb on the sidewalk. Let's look at the surveys of actual use. July 27, Hollenbeck to Alberta. Sometimes these are both ways, sometimes just one way. But at the 3:45 time frame, there were 33 car street parking and 14 of them were at Challenger School using the playing field. 0 bicyclists, went both directions. September 14th, 9 p.m., there were 50 cars parked there, 0 bicyclists. September 24th, 9:30 a.m., 37 cars doing street parking, 0 bicyclists. September 25th, 11 a.m., but this is between Alberta and Danforth. 38 street cars parking, 1 adult bicyclist who just crossed from a side street across Hollenbeck to another street and continued down. On the 25th, 11 a.m. On September 25th, 39 cars were parked on street parking, and there were 2 service vehicles parked doing services. 0 bicyclists. We did see 2 electric scooters who, in my opinion, were traveling quite fast. Maybe they were within the 20-mile-an-hour limit for scooters, but I don't know. They seem to be going pretty fast. September 26th, 12:55 a.m. till 1 a.m., late at night. 54 cars were doing street parking. Most of the driveways had cars in them also. And there was 1 service vehicle parked overnight. And at 1 a.m. in the morning, there were 0 bicyclists and 0 electric scooters. So let's come back to the safety issues. Anything we look on Hollenbeck, and this has been asked before, the scope needs to include safety improvements, whether they're bump outs at the corner of the intersection so cars don't try to make a 4th lane out of the street, flashing radar signs, a hawk crosswalk, flashing lights at Cheyenne and Hollenbeck. All of these need to be considered. So please do consider that the Hollenbeck corridor with the street parking, homeowners there as bicycles is a complicated issue. Thank you.
Mayor, that was the final remote speaker for oral communications.
Okay, I will go ahead and close oral communications. And we'll move on to our consent calendar. I know that Councilmember Srinivasan wants to pull item 1G regarding award 2 contracts related to the CRM system. Does any other council member want to pull anything?
Thank you, Mayor.
And okay, I will go ahead and open up public comment on consent calendar items. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no speaker cards in the room. City Clerk, are there any remote participants wishing to speak on consent?
No, Mayor.
I'll close public comment and bring it to council for a motion. Vice Mayor Sell?
I'd like to move to approve consent calendar 1A to 1F and 1H to 1O.
Thank you. Councilmember Chang?
Second.
Thank you. City Clerk, can you please conduct the vote?
Yeah, sorry, give me one moment to get the vote. We'll do a roll call vote. It's ready to go. First up, Mayor Klein, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councilmember Srinivasan,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sal,
Yes.
Councilmember Cisneros,
Yes.
Councilmember Chang.
Yes.
The motion for consent calendar items 1A through 1F and 1H through 1O carries 5-0 with council members Mellinger and Lay absent.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and take item 1G now. Councilmember Srinivasan, you had some
Yeah.
questions of staff?
Thank you. I see our CIO walking with the nice hair color, matching hair color.
Thank you very much, Councilmember.
Yeah, I had few clarifications. Thanks for answering most of the questions on the Monday questions. I have few questions. One is, once the resident submits a request, what is the feedback he or she gets? I know you mentioned that the feedback is available on the website. Is there a way to push it to their phone or email or some other way? I know if it is not available, I understand that. But generally, for somebody to come back and then over and over again might be a difficult thing.
The fantastic news, sorry, for anyone who doesn't know me, Kathleen Batey Foster, Chief Information Officer here at the City of Sunnyvale. For however we want to go ahead and configure the system that was being proposed is Salesforce and the government cloud version. And we have the opportunity to provide multiple ways of feedback. It could be through email, it could be through their web mobile app that we're also proposing to have. And we can also go ahead and make sure that we're being more proactive about their status when they see it through the portal. If we do go with texting, there is the ability to have a more native integration with texting, but that's an optional service that we aren't committing to quite yet. Although in our pricing contract, we do have the ability to purchase that additional feature if we so choose. But quite frankly, when we go through the definition and discovery sessions with each of the departments, it's going to be varied based on the type of workflow. So for instance, certain types of workflows we know people don't want to have notifications on, but there are some that folks would definitely want to make sure that they're staying on top of what's the status. The great news is at any point in time, even if they're a guest and they decide to do an anonymous request, they have the ability to go ahead and check on that service ticket and see what the status is as well.
Right. I understand checking on the website is an option, but any proactive push notification might be an option.
If a user opts in, we can really spam them a lot if they so choose. Yes.
Thank you very much, because right now the only option the user has, whether the ticket is, whether the tree is trimmed or sidewalk is fixed or not. Thank you for that. The next one is, you mentioned about the data collection at the back end. And then is there a way to collect based on the geography and other thing? For example, let me give you the background. Ideally, we would like to see how many requests comes from this area of Northern Sunnyvale versus Southern Sunnyvale. What is the response time, fixed time, and all those kinds of things.
100%. So as part of this implementation, we're going to do a integration with our GIS system, which will then allow not only when you first pull up the portal and you can see within a geo radius of what information that you're putting in, but it'll also show you existing requests that have already been there. So let's say I see a pothole, I have my mobile app, I'm putting that in, and I'm literally at that spot and I click it and it'll be much better than today because the geo information will be much more integrated with GIS. It will then also pop up and show me that, oh, just to pick on Connie since I see her in my view here, that Connie went ahead 5 minutes ago and went ahead and gave that same pothole app so that I don't have to sit there and dovetail and have a duplicate entry for Connie and then Public Works to go ahead and work on. So not only is it going to provide a geolocator, but it also knows how to pick up on duplicates or try to reduce those duplicates as well.
Thanks for answering that. That was my Monday question also. And then you mentioned about the website and mobile app for CRM. Are you looking at any focus group or usability testing or any of those things?
We
deploy it to public?
Yeah, we certainly have the ability to do a little bit of an outreach. Now, I'm not committing to a full focus group outreach, but certainly we can go ahead and pull some users and go ahead, especially with council, and to make sure that all of the departments are well informed before we go live. Absolutely.
Okay. The other question is, how come we don't include the contract for Salesforce or hosting service and other things? What is
Yes,
that?
this is the beauty of procurement. So procurement did, I think, a very nice job with this actual procurement process. So unlike a typical procurement where we're buying products and services from the vendor themselves, in this case Salesforce, we actually had a fantastic opportunity, and I'm extremely grateful to Catalyst. They, as the implementer, are able to do a resell of the licenses, and by doing so, not only are we able to leverage their pool because they purchase a lot of different licenses from Salesforce, but more importantly, they actually gave us better pricing. Rather than a 7% annual increase every single year directly through Salesforce, you'll see in this contract, we have a 5-year fixed no increase, and then a 5 years after that, a 3 to 4% increase. So we are locking in for the 10 years, a much better deal than Salesforce would provide just to us directly because we're going through Catalyst. In addition, Catalyst is going to be doing a lot of very good implementation configuration to make sure that we can avoid additional licenses, additional modules, as well as additional mobile app requirements from Salesforce. Even the AI function, we can get cheaper by going with Catalyst. That's why you don't see a Salesforce contract agreement. It's just an agreement with Catalyst, and they're going to resell the licenses.
Thank you. I have seen that with Oracle also, so I know.
Yes, sir.
Last question is the 10-year. I totally understand the pricing flexibility and pricing advantage we get, but what happens if technology changes? Or definitely in 10 years we will have newer, if nothing else, data analytics or AI and other things.
The beauty of the contract is we're not locked in necessarily to say you have to use this many licenses in this particular product the entire time. We have the flexibility to renegotiate the contract on an annual basis. Plus, we always have the out clauses that are put in from a legal term standpoint. But if the city so chooses to go ahead and make a significant change, we do have the ability to do so. More likely, we'll change what modules or what types of uses we have, because considering that Salesforce for quite a while now has been one of the #1 CRMs in the global scheme of things, if they continue to stay the way they are, we'll be evolving with them. In fact, they'll require us because it's a cloud-based solution. Therefore, we have to stay up to date, unlike today where we don't necessarily always have all the feature set that we're looking for. But if Salesforce does not keep up with everyone else and in the industry, we are not locked in to stay with them forever.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. I see no other questions from council. I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing on item 1G. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk, raise your digital hand now, or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 2 minutes to speak. Does anyone want to speak on an item? I have no speaker card. City clerk, are there any remote speakers wishing to speak on this item?
No, Mayor.
I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Council member Srinivasan.
I move to approve 1G.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Sell.
Second.
Thank you. To your motion.
Yeah, first of all, thank you. Thank you for looking at all the options, and then it's the backbone of our residents' communication with our city. So thanks for bringing to the council, and then I know we provided you with the feedback on the study session, and then more importantly, this is an interface we can directly communicate back to the residents also, and then this system will act as the interface which will bridge the government to citizens and citizens to government interface. Thank you for doing this, and then thank you for going through the RFP process. And then I'm really looking forward to the implementation that will be awesome. Thank you very much.
And I just have to interject a big thank you to the procurement team. The city manager's office has been a huge proponent of this, and all departments participated in this procurement. So not a single department is left out. They are all a part of it. We thank them. And we also thank Catalyst, who's found some really great ways for the city to actually be able to afford Salesforce and have this great product.
One last thing, I want to thank my colleague, Council Member Mellinger, who is not here, for bringing up this issue, and then unfortunately he is not here, but I want to thank him. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. And with that, City Clerk, can you please conduct the vote?
Yes, Mayor and Council, you can vote electronically, and then just a note, staff is capturing the motion as approving the staff recommendation for this item.
Thank you.
Waiting for Councilmember Srinivasan for your vote, please. The motion carries 5-0 with Council Members Mellinger and Councilmember Lay absent.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and move to our general business. As a reminder to the people in the room, please submit your speaker cards, fill out a speaker card if you plan to speak on a future item, and submit it to the city clerk if you want to speak on an item. Our first item is item 25-0949, appeal of commission separation and consideration of reinstatement to the Housing and Human Services Commission. Is there a staff report?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is David Carnahan, the City Clerk. This item was originally scheduled for your September 9th meeting, but was not heard at that time. This report is to inform Council of a separation from a City Commission and to request direction regarding an appeal of the separation. Housing and Human Services Commissioner Jim Davis has exceeded the percentage of unexcused absences from regular meetings over the last 12 months. This included 2 unexcused absences out of the 7 regular Housing and Human Services Commission meetings held July 24 through June 2025, July 2024 through June 2025. Council Policy 7.2.19 Boards and Commissions states that when a board or commission member's unexcused absences over a 12-month period exceed 25%, the city clerk shall declare the seat vacant. I declared this seat vacant August 25th. The policy also states that any such declaration of vacancy can be appealed to City Council, and Jim Davis filed an appeal on August 26th. Should Council choose Alternative 1 to accept the appeal and reinstate Davis to the Housing and Human Services Commission, they'll resume serving on the Commission. With Alternative 2, Council would reject the appeal, and the resulting vacancy on the Commission would be promoted with the current recruitment process for November appointments. And then Alternative 3 allows Council to provide alternate direction to staff. This concludes the staff report, and I'm ready to address any questions from Council.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing, yes? Councilmember Cisneros?
Yeah, thank you. How often do the days that commissions meet change? And how does a change take place?
So regular meetings of boards and commissions are set in council policy, and they don't typically change. The regular meeting dates don't change often, just due to the nature of how many boards and commissions we have. Realigning the regular meeting dates is difficult. Commissions do somewhat routinely have special meetings that are held on a day or a time different than their regular meeting date.
And are those in to replace the regular meeting time or in addition to?
They can be either one. Sometimes the regular meeting is canceled and a special meeting is scheduled either due to staff availability, commission availability, or sometimes there's agenda items that need to be heard at a different time. But it is worth noting that this vacancy is related to attendance or unexcused absences from regular meetings. The council policy does note that board and commission members should try and attend special meetings, but there's no automatic separation related to attendance or non-attendance at special meetings.
All right, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing on this item. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk, raise your digital hand now, or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have 1 speaker card, Jim D.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm here tonight, number one, to apologize because I in fact did miss 2 meetings out of 7 in a 12-month period. And one of the meetings was totally my fault. I got involved in some other extraneous activities on the evening and forgot about the meeting. And later that evening, when I was looking at my calendar, discovered how stupid I'd been. The other meeting that I missed wasn't necessarily my fault. For some reason or another, and I have no explanation for it, the meeting agenda, time, and date were in a email that was sent and placed in my spam folder. And I didn't notice it until the day after the meeting, at which time I immediately called our city representative and asked, hey, why didn't you send me the information? They said, oh, we did, and you should have it. And I unfortunately didn't. So those are the two meetings that I missed out of the 7 that we had in the 12-month period. And I apologize for that. I think that the Housing and Human Services Commission serves a tremendously important part of our community and of our governmental procedures. And it's been an absolute pleasure, and I am very pleased in my time that I've been there. I think that I've been a good representative with many good ideas, and I would look forward to the council reinstating me so that I can finish my term and continue to do the good work that I promised that I would do when I was first appointed. And I'm here to take any questions you might have.
Thank you. I see no questions. Thank you. That was my last speaker card in the room. City Clerk, are there any remote speakers wishing to speak on this item?
No, Mayor.
I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for a motion or questions. Vice Mayor Sell?
I just wanted to comment that I was the liaison during maybe a time when former council member Davis, Commissioner Davis, was on the Housing and Human Services Commission, and I felt like he brought much in-depth thought to it because he had served on the council and his other experiences. So I felt like he was a valued member of that commission.
Thank
Just
you.
wanted to make
Do you have a
comment.
motion?
I would like to make a motion to reinstate Commissioner Davis onto the Housing and Human Services Commission.
Thank you. Councilmember Srinivasan.
First of all, I second that motion, and then I wanted to state that when I was the council liaison for the commission, Commissioner Jim Davis participation was excellent. And then it's unfortunate that he missed 2 meetings, but I would be gladly supporting alternative 1 to accept the appeal and reinstate Commissioner Davis. Thank you.
And just to clarify, it's staff recommendation, accept the appeal and reinstate Jim Davis to the Housing and Human Services Commission to a term ending on June 30th, 2029. Should be at 2029?
Should be 2026.
Oh,
Should be 2026.
That's what I was
Yeah.
wondering. Thank you.
Thank you.
So 2026.
2026.
Thank you. Any other comments?
That's it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Just what I said before, former council member Davis has deep knowledge in housing and human services issues, and so understand his explanation of why he missed the 2 meetings, and clearly he is very apologetic, which means like doubly sure that this will not happen again, seems like.
Thank you. Councilmember Chang.
I'll also be supporting to reinstate Commissioner Davis. I just wanted to note that he did attend the special meetings, and for this commission, there were several, and that's not counted towards his total attendance record, but I just wanted to make note of that as well.
Thank you, council member. And I also support this motion. Thank you, former council member, for your continued service to the city. With that, City Clerk, can you please conduct the vote?
The motion carries 5-0 with council members Mellinger and Lay absent.
Thank you. Our next item is item 25-0246, Service Worker Retention Ordinance Study Issue OCM 20-11 or 20-01. Is there a staff report?
There is. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Connie Versailles, Deputy City Manager, and I'm here tonight to speak to you about study issue 20-01, Service Worker Retention Ordinance. Let me make sure this works. In early 2020, Unite Here Local 19 asked Council to adopt a service worker retention ordinance like the one the City of Santa Clara adopted in 2017. Council ranked this item as the #1 study issue for the Office of the City Manager in 2020. Due to the pandemic, this study issue was delayed until late 2024. In late 2024, staff resumed research on the study issue, and based on that research and feedback from the business community, staff recommended dropping this issue at the during this year's study issue workshop. Council did not drop the issue and instead asked staff to continue outreach to the business community as well as the labor groups and to bring it back for council consideration. Cities, what staff learned from the research is that cities that have adopted a worker retention ordinance generally have 3 requirements. One of them is that the successor contractor must retain existing workers for 90 days during the transition period. And the idea for that is that the second one is that retention really ensures continuity of operations with experienced workers who understand the work and the business operations. And then the third sort of leg of the requirements is that cities that have adopted these ordinances tend to have large convention centers or large meeting spaces within their cities. Since the study issue asked staff to look at considering or recommending an ordinance similar to the one adopted at the City of Santa Clara, staff really looked at that ordinance and how it might be implemented in Sunnyvale. At a high level, the Santa Clara ordinance applies to private companies with 25 or more employees. And also impacts contracts that are $25,000 or more, and primarily are used for contracting workers that work in the food and building services, whether it's preparing or serving the food, and it also includes and covers janitors and security guards. It requires or it mandates that when a vendor change occurs on a private contract, the successor vendor must retain the workers for 90 days, do not dismiss any workers without cause, and if for some reason there's less employees that are needed and layoffs are required, that they use the seniority as a basis to do the workforce reduction. And it also, the ordinance does not apply if there's a collective bargaining agreement in place. Based on council's direction, staff held meetings earlier this month with the business reps and representatives from the labor community. The consensus from those meetings and the outreach that staff did is that protecting workers, everyone sees protecting workers as a good thing, and everybody wants to do that. From the business perspective, they felt that the ordinance is not needed, and they gave different reasons. They said that they often already retained trained workers that are working in their businesses because it is to their benefit to keep those experienced experienced workers in order to continue with their day-to-day operations. They also noted that oftentimes when vendors are hired, those new vendors actually also interview and retain the existing workers during the change. And they also mentioned that sometimes vendors are changed because the workers are underperforming. So requiring or making that requires business to retain underperforming workers could interfere with their operations and also could conflict with some businesses that have to apply by federal procurement rules. Businesses were also concerned about the city adopting a rule that doesn't have any applicable enforcement. From the labor representatives, what staff heard is that the ordinance is needed, and it's needed in order to allow workers to keep their jobs when a vendor changes. It also protects low-wage workers from sudden layoffs if a vendor changes. And it also, the labor groups also acknowledge that it saves businesses money by keeping those experienced workers continue to participate in the operations. At the outreach meetings, the labor rep also offered to share some examples of other ordinance that some cities have adopted, as staff was unable to find any in the research that applied to private companies. Unfortunately, we didn't get those examples, but I know the labor group had submitted some letters after the report was published. So staff analyzed, the study issue, and what staff found is that these ordinances are adopted by cities that have, again, very large convention centers or large events, and Sunnyvale does not. We looked at if this ordinance was to be adopted, how it would impact the business community. Many businesses, and including the city, some of our own operations, already voluntarily retain some workers when a vendor change. And we also looked at some city policies that are already in place to protect workers. The city has a higher minimum wage than other cities. The city has adopted a wage theft prevention policy, and council also has a policy that encourages local hiring and construction projects. The lack of enforcement was a concern for staff. The city will be unable to track private vendor changes, making enforcement impractical for this type of ordinance. And also the ordinance could create some confusion for workers who, when trying to file a complaint, might reach out to the city thinking it's a city ordinance, the city should enforce it, only to be told by city staff that their only action to pursue remedy is to file a lawsuit in the court. So based on this, staff is recommending alternative one, that the city council do not adopt a service worker retention ordinance, and to also close study issue 20-1 for reasons already mentioned. This concludes staff report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from council? Thank you. Councilmember Srinivasan.
Yeah, I was waiting. So thank you for the presentation. I had several questions. You mentioned about convention center and large event center. What is so special about these two things?
Some large cities like San Francisco, Los Angeles, and even Oakland have some of these worker retention or worker rehiring or worker protection ordinance. They have different names that could be interchangeably. Usually the city or Santa Clara also. Santa Clara will be involved in the operations of, let's say, Levi Stadium. And so they're involved in the contractors, the servers, the people that work there. So then they can have a say in regards to how those employees are treated, or whether they're retained or rehired, or when a vendor changes, they could add more restrictions on the contract because they are involved in the contracting of that vendor.
Okay.
And the same goes for airports. San Francisco Airport also has similar restrictions. The employees that work there are represented by a collective bargaining agreement.
Thank you for that. That leads to my next question. In your report, under discussion, you say with large cities such as San Francisco, with the most applying these ordinances apply to city contracts and city assisted projects, especially those involving convention centers and large event facilities. So does that mean that these large cities, San Francisco, Los Angeles, all these cities don't have ordinance for local private employers, or how does that work?
Not that we could find in the research, and we did, to be clear, we did call a lot of those large cities, and you were talking about a customer service platform earlier, and there was a lot of runaround that we received, but we couldn't find anything on the website that applies to private sectors where the city is not a party to the contract or has some influence or has invested in how those contracts are managed.
Okay. And then in the same report, you say that Sunnyvale is home to, sorry, several large federal contractors, and then this ordinance might conflict with federal ordinances. Is that what kind of conflict that might be? Do you know?
It's some of our larger companies that have federal contracts. They have very strict guidelines on their own procurement process, depending on the funding that is used for whatever contract they're using. There may have very strict guidelines as to who the vendor could be. They have their own requirements, and so adding a local requirement, what some of the businesses said to us is that it might interfere or conflict with them being in compliance with their federal requirements for their funding.
Okay, thank you. And then in the same report, you say the only enforcement mechanism under Santa Clara's ordinance is to file private lawsuits. Is that correct? Or does Santa Clara have a department where they monitor all these changes, or how does that work?
The Santa Clara ordinance and a lot of the large ordinance also provide for a private remedy where their only remedy is to go file a lawsuit. We did reach out to the city of Santa Clara, and they do not track, they do not monitor, and they have not gone back to the community since the ordinance was adopted to determine if there's been any impact. And so they don't even know how many, if there's been any cases that have been filed in the courts, they're not tracking that.
So they don't track when the contract changes?
No, they do not.
And then you also say Unite Year Local 19 did not receive any additional information or did not provide additional information. Is that correct? Or did they provide? Or
Yeah, I want to be clear that when we had the outreach meeting, they mentioned that there were some cities that had these worker retention ordinance. We did not receive any additional information before the report was written. I do know that there was a letter that was sent to the city council after the ordinance or the report to council was written, where they provided some examples of the cities of Oakland, San Francisco, San Leandro, Berkeley, and Emeryville.
okay. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. I'll wait for public comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Councilmember Cisneros.
Yes, thank you, staff, for your work on this and for the presentation. This is a very big issue of great import and interest to the community. So looking forward to having a good, robust conversation. I have a couple questions for the city attorney, if that's okay. Thank you. So is there anything that would indicate that federal requirements and law wouldn't supersede this? Do you foresee, is there anything different about this than other cases?
Well, that is true that the federal government has their own rules for contracting, and we don't have any power over that. So we would have limited ability to enforce. If there's a federal contractor and they say, well, under federal contracting rules, I wasn't able to retain these employees, there's no way we could override that.
Okay. And so there really wouldn't, right now that question is kind of settled. It doesn't apply to federal contractors, and it can't because we can't make a law that supersedes that.
I think it might no. So it clearly doesn't apply to the federal government and to contractors. Like if there was, if at Moffett Field they had contractors, we would have no control over that. If it's a private company that's a contractor, I think what they told staff is that it might conflict in some of their contracts might conflict. But I think it would depend. We'd need more information about the specific contract. But I would suspect there would be legal issues in enforcing it in those situations.
Yeah, I would imagine. So when I'm looking at this, it's like I'm not trying to supersede the federal government's authority on matters of their own contracting. I'm not going to go ask the federal government to. I have a lot of other asks for the federal government, and that's not one of them. So I appreciate that clarity.
Sorry, council members, listeners, if I may also just a little bit more clear, you're right. The federal government would supersede the city. I think where the issue is that sometimes the requirements on the grant funding that they have is that they have to comply with our local rules and regulations. And so that's the conflict because they may not be able to comply with those regulations that we have. So therefore, in the reporting for the, federal funding that they get, that's where the conflict would be, is that they may not be in full compliance with all the local rules and regulations.
Right. Okay. So that if there is that confusion, they would automatically default to their grant requirements.
Correct.
Okay. And I see that's where the legal confusion goes. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you for pulling that apart so that we can consider that. I think that's important to figure out. And when we talk about for cause, what would that language be in the ordinance, and what would for cause mean in this kind of situation?
The ordinance in Santa Clara is written, it's very generic, it just says for cause. So, it's up to interpretation. Obviously, if the city does move forward and does an ordinance, we could be as specific as we want to be, or we can be as broad as we want to be. That would be up to us.
Okay,
if I could weigh in, for cause in the employment context generally means there's some kind of misconduct or not following work rules or performance issues rather than simply a layoff.
Okay, I see. And then you have the seniority issue for the layoffs, and that most senior is offered the job if they are performing satisfactorily in the, first or last in, first out kind of situation. Okay, that makes sense. And let's see. So there's been a little bit of confusion in my conversations around this about whether it follows the building and would affect people coming into Sunnyvale, or if this just follows the employer or the company that employs the contractor, or the contractor is working for the employer. So if somebody were to move into a new building in the city, they wouldn't be bound to hire the workers who'd been working there for the former employer.
Good.
So under the Santa Clara ordinance, it defines a covered entity as any person who hires or retains a food service or building service contractor at a business facility within the city.
Okay, and the important part there is the employer, not the building itself. So if Facebook were to move it out of a building and then another company comes in, they don't necessarily have to hire those former Facebook contracted employees.
Well, it would apply to where the employees work. So if they're working at a business in the city, then they're covered, protected by the ordinance.
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. And let's see. So there's a little discussion now about enforcement, right? And so when I was thinking about this, I thought of immediately tenant protection law. Do we track how any tenant protections that we've authorized or passed in the city is playing out? Do we, like, how many violations there are, how many lawsuits there are, like, as a result of our ordinance?
Yeah.
As far as I'm aware, we only track complaints that the city might receive.
Oh, so if somebody complained directly to the city, and then this is more of a cause of action, kind of like any of the labor laws, like,
right?
Unless it's
Yeah, we don't know. We have no way of tracking lawsuits. The Santa Clara County website has online access, but it doesn't have really any robust search capability. You can't just search by keyword.
Sure.
So there's no way for us to really data mine that.
And so would you consider this kind of ordinance to be more similar to a tenant protection in that it's just a cause of action?
Yes.
Rather than something that we would even want to enforce?
Yes, it would be more like the other ordinances we've adopted, like the tenant protection, where it gives the employees a right to file a private lawsuit. And in some cases, there might be a nonprofit organization or a union that would help them, but it's really on them to enforce it.
Okay, and that seems like a pretty normal thing that we do, and so I'm less concerned about that. As far, I in fact don't want us to spend a ton of time going through people's contracts and tracking all of that. That would take a lot of staff time, and I actually appreciate the fact that it's really just a cause of action and it's up to them to figure out. And a judge, we're not adjudicating anything, as far as we wouldn't be adjudicating any of this going forward.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, those are all my questions. Oh, real quick, I forgot one. Why 25 plus employees? Is that just what they put in Santa Clara? Do you have an idea of why that number specifically was brought rather than 50, rather than 100?
No, that's just the number that was in Santa Clara. So again, the direction was to look at something similar Santa Clara. And I go back again, if council's direction is to move forward in that, there's different parameters that could be used.
I really appreciate that's helpful, because when we're thinking and going through these conversations, like, what is council being asked to do? Either not go forward or give staff direction on what to come back for. So I'm going to keep that in mind as I listen to the members of the public and the rest of my colleagues.
Thank you, council member. Next is council member Chang.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for answering all the Monday morning questions. I know we had several. My first question is related to the WARN Act and NovaWorks. So when our city or NovaWorks is notified, what exactly goes into the rapid response team and how do they assist impacted workers?
You know, I'm going to wing it, unless I don't think I see anybody from NOVA, but they basically they get the notice. They have a team. They contact the business that's been impacted. They offer the services, and the services that are generally offered is, you know, employee support, helping them, offering the services in regards to what they need. Those the employees are going to be in regards to the services, whether the rights, if they need assistance with resume writing, coaching, and also if they need assistance filing for, you know, in unemployment. Again, you know, they're probably going into more detail, but at a high level, that's knowledge of what they do.
Thank you. And then, but with contract changes, the WARN Act might not apply, so they might not have to give notice. So NovaWorks and the city might not be notified in that instance of a change in contract.
That is correct, because under the WARN notice, only if the number of workers impacted are over 50 or more.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna pause here so I can listen to public comment and Mayor Klein.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. What? Sorry. Vice Mayor Sal, I missed your hand going up. Thank you.
Thank you for doing this research. And I think in one of my Monday morning questions, I asked, could the city feasibly bring the worker groups and the business association, bring their concerns, elevate their concerns, and have them have a communication between the two, and see if there could be some areas of concurrence. So I spoke to South Bay Labor Council representative leader. I also spoke to some of the business association, Moffett Park Business Group, and the Chamber of Commerce, and that suggestion that I had was not rejected. It seemed like the business groups and the labor groups were open to communicating. So would that be in the scope of this study, or not in the scope of that study, to see if there was any concurrence in how the ultimate goal is to retain continuity of workers, which is some of the pros that the effort for doing this, and in some of the letters that we received from the business groups and some of the letters that we received from the labor groups, there was a common shared interest in some continuity of business practices and labor and knowledge. And so anyway, finally asked my question. What are your thoughts on that?
Like I said in my presentation earlier, I think, from the businesses and the labor groups, worker protection it was important to both groups. I think it's just the how do you do that, and what mechanism you might put in place. I think a lot of the business organizations are here tonight, so I don't want to speak for them, but based on the work that we've done so far, and when we had the meetings, there was still a little bit of the way that the study issue was scoped and us to do the analysis. We were unable to find a compromise that staff could come in and recommend. Obviously, we're here for council direction, and whatever council directs us to do, we will provide our input. I think if anything is possible.
Okay, thank you very much. That was my question.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I just want to reiterate, thank you for answering Monday questions. And we have no concept of Santa Clara and any litigation or how this was utilized during COVID or anything of that nature. So I understand that. If a company would decide to move its site from Sunnyvale to another city, conceivably they set up new operations, this would not protect those workers at all, correct? If they basically close down one building, move their employees elsewhere?
That is correct. It would only apply to workers that are working in Sunnyvale. And if I could just expand on that, that was also some concern from some businesses that may have multiple locations, and also tracking the contracts in regards to they may have one contract, but that contract may cover locations in Mountain View, Palo Alto, and Sunnyvale. And so, from their perspective, it's just a little bit of operation of tracking, which employees may or may not be impacted.
Okay. I appreciate that. That is all of council questions. I will open the public hearing on this item. As a reminder, please submit a speaker card to the city clerk, raise your digital hand now, or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on the members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 2 minutes to speak. As a reminder to everyone in the room, this is a safe space, so no booing, no clapping. We want to make sure that everybody feels comfortable sharing their opinions at the lectern. I will be reading off 2 names. The first person coming to the lectern, the second person, please be waiting nearby. First up is Dan K, followed by Kat F.
And members of the council, my name is Dan Kostenbatter. I'm the Vice President of Tax Policy for Silicon Valley Leadership Group, which has many members here in Sunnyvale. I'm here to express our agreement with the staff recommendation to not adopt the Worker Retention Ordinance called WRO. And we agree with the core finding that the city mandate of a WRO is not necessary at this time. The city staff stated that a mandated WRO would create some issues relating to economic development here in Sunnyvale by making constraints of businesses that want to change their their vendors. Businesses should be able to do that. They're not presumably going to do that willy-nilly, but will have good reason. And so if they're dissatisfied or have some reason to stop a contract with a current vendor, to yet be required to keep all of those vendors employees for 3 months is a pretty long time. And it could actually reduce opportunities for Sunnyvale workers if the practices result in companies not wanting to engage in some of these kinds of contracts. And as noted, Sunnyvale already has a lot of worker protections for unfair treatment due to discrimination and other rules. So anyway, we urge the council to vote in support of the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Cat F, followed by Gia N.
Good evening, Mayor Klein, Vice Mayor Sell, and council members. My name is Kat Philly, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Sunnyvale Chamber of Commerce and its members. The Sunnyvale Chamber of Commerce is a member-supported community resource committed to promoting and fostering a healthy business environment for the development of our community. I've met with many of our members and have aggregated their feedback on this ordinance, and I'd like to share it with you. These companies spoke with their company reps from some of their largest service vendors, food services and janitorial. All of the contracts, and this is the feedback that they provided, all of the contracts already come with 60 or 90-day notice requirements prior to termination. Another point is, while they do not have recent experience switching vendors for large contracts, the size of their operations are now to a point where the current vendors stated that if they took over today, they would have no choice but to maintain much of the existing staff because they simply don't have the number of employees sitting idle waiting to take these jobs. Another point was that the current janitorial and food service vendors described it's a known practice for outgoing service vendors to transfer workers that they do not want to an account that is being transitioned to a new provider. This may include employees with a history of poor performance or other disciplinary issues, or those who are currently unable to work due to injuries or medical claims, meaning an ordinance like this may force them to maintain these employees for 90 days, adding costs and creating potential liability by forcing them to continue to employ those with documented HR issues. There are other points as well. The last one I would say, workforce is higher than pre-COVID levels, and that they currently have a 5-day on-site work requirement. So campus services are in full operation.
Next up is Gilia N, followed by Josephina B.
Good evening. My name is Julia Navarrete. I am Sunnyvale resident for 20 years since I first moved here from Peru with my family. 4 years ago, I was able to buy my house here with the help of Sunnyvale program. I live here with my husband, my mom, who is 80 years old, and my 2 kids who go to Sunnyvale Public School. I have worked in flagship at Meta for 8 years and 4 years at Sunnyvale Meta campus as a line cook. My family depends on me having a stable job, and I love cooking at Meta. Having this ordinance will give me the security that if Meta makes a decision to change contractors, my family can still have a stable future here in Sunnyvale for years to come. Please move forward with this ordinance. Help a lot to my coworkers. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Next up is Josephina B.
Good evening. My name is Josefina Valderas. I've worked with Compass at Google in Sunnyvale for 6 years as a front of the house. I live with my 2 sons as a single mom. This ordinance will give us a job security when contracts change hands. Please move forward with an ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Marlena M, followed by, Dia K. Marlena?
Good evening. My name is Marcelina Manriquez. I'm a Sunnyvale resident for 36 years. I have worked for Compass at Google and Sunnyvale for 10 years. as a lead cook. I live with my husband and two sons. My son's 24 and 29 years old. We should not be punished if our employer makes a mistakes and the contract changes. Please move forward with an ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Daya K, followed by Sarah J.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Dea Kunkun, and I'm here with Unite Here Local 19. We want to thank city staff for their hard work researching this issue. And we also want to go on the record and clarify some questions about what a service worker retention ordinance would do. So first, I want to remind you that this ordinance only applies to employees of food service, janitorial, and security companies that have contracts with the client companies, not direct employees. Second, federal service contracts already have these protections. It would not be covered under this ordinance. The Service Contract Act extends the same protections for employees of federal contractors. If the Sunnyvale ordinance were based on Santa Clara's, it would only apply to, quote, private businesses working with private vendors. That is also true for San Francisco, Oakland, Emeryville, and Petaluma. And both Emeryville and Petaluma do not have convention centers and have been successful. Under the Santa Clara ordinance, like the others, an employer does not need to retain every worker if they don't need as many workers as the previous employer. In that case, workers are hired in order of seniority. Finally, on the question of enforcement, staff note that there's no city enforcement mechanism. The threat of private litigation under the other ordinances appears to be sufficient for effective enforcement as businesses have been complying. We're happy to offer more timely assistance to your staff in the case that you move forward this evening, including research and legal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sarah J, followed by Cecilia H.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Sarah Julian. I'm the Financial Secretary Treasurer and the Food Service Director of Unite Here Local 19. We want to thank all of the work of the staff and the council and for your thoughtful consideration. And I do want to highlight that Unite Here Local 19 and SEIU USWW submitted a letter with some key points pertaining to this important ordinance. So tonight we're here with subcontracted workers from across the area who work at different companies here in Sunnyvale, some of whom were up at 5 a.m. to start their shifts, but they're here because it's such an important topic. So in 2014, in the city of Santa Clara, Intel laid off 70 workers the day before Thanksgiving. Intel fired its food service contractor, and the workers ended up being collateral damage. Intel subsequently went through 3 contractors after that, and after 5 years, our members, the workers that did the food service at Intel, got their jobs back because the original contractor returned. So that's precisely why, along with the city of Santa Clara, we passed this ordinance, and we brought it to your attention as well back in 2020. So we want to avoid similar situations here in the city of Sunnyvale. And since Santa Clara has adopted its ordinance, it has been working. So we've seen contracts change hands in the city of Santa Clara at NVIDIA, Levi Stadium, the Santa Clara Convention Center. And in these cases, employers have complied with the ordinance, and it has been successful without requiring any enforcement action. So this worker retention ordinance will provide Sunnyvale workers with security that they currently lack. So if you have any unanswered questions, we suggest that you table this item for more study, but we do believe that those questions could be answered if you instruct staff to proceed with drafting an ordinance, and that could be a very efficient use of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Cecilia H, followed by Jack M.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Cecilia Herrera, and I have worked for Compass, Google, and Sunnyvale for 14 years as a front of the house, and I'm currently a supervisor there. I'm a single mom of 2 college students, and also I take care of my mom who's disabled. I'm the financial person and resources for the family. I have a relationship with not only with the coworkers that have been in the company not only 14 years as myself, but 20, 25 years. But I also have a good relationship with employees at Google Moffett Place here in the Sunnyvale campus. This ordinance is not going to change. It won't change. And please, on my behalf and behalf of coworkers who are waiting to get retired with dignity instead of being worried about what the future is and to have a job secure, we're asking to please move forward with the ordinance to protect our job and to have a security job for our families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jack M, followed by Mason F.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jack McGovern, and I'm the Political Director of the South Bay Labor Council. Our council represents over 100,000 workers in over 100 affiliated unions, including Unite Here Local 19 and SEIU USWW, the two unions who represent food service, janitorial, and security workers. We asked Sunnyvale to join other Bay Area and California cities in adopting a service worker retention ordinance. Sunnyvale already has similar rules in place for their own solid waste and recycling contracts. They provide a continuity in service when contracts change hands, all the while protecting workers. A service worker retention ordinance would extend the same protections to some of Sunnyvale's most vulnerable workers and ask large businesses to comply with rules that many easily follow in nearby cities. The Labor Council is joined by Assemblymember Patrick Aarons and Senator Dave Cortese, who also urge you to move this forward. We believe any outstanding questions can be addressed in the process of drafting, which offers an expedient use of staff time. With an ordinance in place, staff's job is done as monitoring and enforcement responsibilities shift to workers and their organizations. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Next up is Mason F, followed by Araceli R.
I just want to apologize for the council that adopted this study issue because, to Connie's point, the scope should have been expanded. I think the core problem that you're trying to address is keeping working families employed, right? Which we all want to see. But a blunt instrument of an ordinance is not the right tool, in my opinion, for any type of matter, whether it's service worker retention ordinance or anything else. And so I've emailed you for alternatives should you choose to do that. Or and so I've worked on this issue at all three levels of government. I've worked at the SBA, I've worked with the California Governor's Office of GoBiz, I've worked at the city level, and I can tell you that there's a lot of different programs that you can do to actually make sure that this happens. And so the first is you need to give Connie and Christine more staff to actually do workforce development, because as you know, economic development staff, what they usually do is try to retain employers in cities from moving to other cities and make sure that small businesses are served, but they don't have the capacity usually to do workforce development. And so they outsource it to Nova, they outsource it to GoBiz, they outsource it to HCD and other places. And so I've given you examples of programs you can adopt right now and just copycat, like the New York Housing Department's Housing Worker Retention Ordinance, which basically pipelines housing workers that do maintenance or renovations to be a short list of pre-qualified vendors. And so there's a lot of different terms in this space you can look at. Pre-qualified vendors is a issue area you might want to look at, as well as the other ones I've mentioned. San Jose has a Meet the Prime event every year where subcontractors actually meet the prime vendor, and they do a Public Works Academy to train small minority business on how to actually bid on prime contracts. There's a lot of different things. I hope you'll look at my email. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Araceli R, followed by Michael K.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Araceli Rueda, and I'm here representing SEIU USWW. On behalf of our 50,000 members, I'm here to speak in support of the Worker Retention Ordinance. At At a time when some working families are struggling to make ends meet, job insecurity is at an all-time high, service workers should not have to live in fear of losing their jobs simply because a new contractor takes over. These are essential workers, many of them immigrants, who also clean this very building and provide security that allows us to feel safe here. This ordinance is about valuing their contribution and ensuring stability. Worker retention policies prioritize seniority, reduce unnecessary turnover, and protect experienced employees from sudden mass layoffs. Other cities across the Bay Area, including Santa Clara, San Francisco, and Oakland, have adopted similar ordinances, and they've been proven successful in creating stability for both workers and employers. Janitors, food service workers, and security officers are skilled professionals who keep our offices, campuses, and public spaces running. Just as we depend on them for a safe, clean, and welcoming environment, they should be able to depend on security to provide for their families. I kept hearing that there are already worker protection laws, and that may be true on paper, but if they were truly enforced, we wouldn't need to be here today advocating for basic job security. The fact that we are here shows that there are gaps, and workers are the ones paying the price. I urge the council to stand with working people in Sunnyvale and vote yes on the worker retention ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael K, followed by Carrie H.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Mike Klein, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Sunnyvale Chamber of Commerce Business and Policy Committee. We heard a lot tonight about big businesses and Compass being a large vendor, and I'm always going to come and speak for our small businesses. The small business that wants to become a medium-sized vendor and the medium-sized vendor that wants to become a large vendor. And the challenge that they are always going to have competing against big vendors is they already have the numbers. And the only way a small one can become a medium is if they start to develop their own numbers. And when they develop their own numbers, an ordinance like this puts them as a disadvantage. Puts them at a disadvantage for workers' compensation issues and unemployment insurance issues. So they've now doubled their workforce and don't necessarily have capacity to deal with those things. So the great thing about being in Sunnyvale for 28 years now as a business owner is city staff and council do a great job doing reaching out and getting information from all of the involved parties. So our business community got together, labor got together, and we had communicated what the different issues were. And the one thing that we all agreed on is that there aren't issues in Sunnyvale today. We don't have them. We don't have them because our employers value the workers that they have that work for them. I work hard to keep every single one of my employees. It's too hard to find a new one. And so we don't have the problems here. And so we'd like to avoid creating solutions to problems that we don't have here in Sunnyvale. So we encourage you to take staff's hard-worked recommendation and not pass the worker retention ordinance and move away from the study issue. So thank you.
Thank you. And my last speaker card in the room is Carrie H.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here on behalf of the Moffett Park Business Group, and I'm here to respectfully oppose the service worker retention ordinance. While we share and deeply value the city's commitment to supporting workers, this ordinance is unnecessary and would create significant unintended consequences for employees, businesses, and the city alike. Sunnyvale's employers have a long record of treating employees with fairness and respect, partnering with contract employees and labor organizations to ensure smooth workforce transitions. The companies in our community succeed because they value their employees and know the talent is essential to operational excellence. A broad ordinance that applies to all employers is costly and counterproductive to local businesses. And with that said, over the last few weeks, we've listened carefully to your questions, and here's what we've learned. What's the impact on the bottom line? Retention mandates increase costs by limiting staff flexibility, potentially requiring companies to keep employees whose performances do not meet standards or whose skills don't match evolving needs. This could raise operating costs and could impact service quality and put companies at risk of breaking regulations that they operate under. What's the impact of companies doing business in Sunnyvale? While companies do not want to leave Sunnyvale, an added layer of local regulation, which not all neighboring cities have, makes operations more complex and costly. Over time, that may discourage investments and put Sunnyvale at a competitive disadvantage. If best practices such as first right of refusal are already taking place, what difference would an ordinance make? The ordinance duplicates existing practices but adds rigidity and unintended consequences such as inflating staff levels, shifting employment or unemployment costs to new vendors who might not be able to carry that cost. And an ordinance does not guarantee a job will be there after the 90 days. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to working with you on ways to solve this issue.
Next up is Leo R.
Hello, Council and Chair or Mayor. I'm here to speak on behalf of myself as an internal organizer on behalf of SEIU USWW. I think a lot of the conversation that's been had today revolves around voluntarily following what is right, and unfortunately when it comes to business, that's not always the best practice to follow, right? That's why we have minimum wage. That's why we have a lot of worker rights that protect our workers and ensure, right, that within this symbiotic system, everyone is equally, compensated, equally protected, and given, a spot at the table. I think that this is, it's been a little discouraging, right, to hear that these rhetorical fallacies used to support the staff recommendation. I strongly urge the council to consider this thoroughly, right, and, consider creating a draft of this resolution and, consider it in its fullness, right? In practice, I believe that it is, these arguments were had when minimum wage was established. These arguments were pushed back on the collective power of workers. And it is, the duty of a municipal government to not only represent their interest of workers, right, but overall. And I think that this would severely provide a relief for our members and a lot of our community here in Sunnyvale. So I urge you, to consider this thoroughly. Thank you.
Thank you. That now was my last speaker card in the room. City Clerk, do we have any remote speakers wishing to speak on this item?
Yes, Mayor. First is Christian R, followed by Brent D. Christian, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the City Council.
Thank you very much, Mayor and members of the City Council. We appreciate all the work that staff has done to put this proposal together. My name is Christian Ramirez. I am the Political Director and Vice President of SEIU USWW, and we represent 50,000 essential workers throughout the state of California, including many who couldn't be there today because they are cleaning many of the high-tech facilities in the city of Sunnyvale. It is essential that the city of Sunnyvale follows the example of other municipalities and airports in the Bay Area. Retaining workers is critical not only for the betterment of businesses, but also to ensure that working families who are particularly struggling today to make ends meet in the Bay Area are able to have job security. This is a common sense proposal that's been adopted by many municipalities across the Bay Area and across the state. The city of Sunnyvale has to recognize the great contributions that essential workers bring to your city, to your businesses, and ensuring that workers have job security is fundamental. These are the folks that make your city work. These are the folks that are working right now, today, as we speak, cleaning all those high-tech facilities in the city of Sunnyvale. Let's stand up for them. And I urge the council to follow our recommendation to ensure that we move forward with this recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Brent D, followed by Michael J. Brent, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the City Council.
Good evening, Council. I'm Brent Davidson from Intuitive Surgical, here to support the staff recommendation. Intuitive has deep respect for our essential workers, and we share the goals of creating stability, respecting seniority, and promoting continuity. But with respect, we have not heard through the course of the listening sessions, in the staff memo, in our own research, or here tonight, that this is a problem and that this is a problem in Sunnyvale. Of course, there are theoretical concerns about sudden layoffs, but that is not something that is part of our practices. As you heard Kat say earlier, all of our contracts already come with 60 or 90-day notice periods. And that's not about hoping that we'll do the right thing. Continuity and seniority, those are business imperatives. We cannot run our business without capable staff, and no one is more aware of that than we are. And the truth is that neither we nor any other employer I've spoken to has a habit of arbitrary and sudden terminations of contracts. That's expensive, it's disruptive, and it's time consuming. That's not anything that anyone does for the purpose of harming workers. To any changes of that sort are the result of changed business needs, or because a business feels that that's something that they need to do for cause. And we believe that forcing employers to maintain staff that no longer fits with their needs, or that has performed in a way that they cannot maintain, makes Sunnyvale a less desirable place to start and operate a business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Michael J., followed by Josh R. Michael, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the City Council.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm speaking on behalf of the Sunnyvale Downtown Association Business Improvement District. While the SDA does not have as many large corporations within its spectrum at this moment, the board of directors and all of the businesses that we have had contact with are not in support of approving the continuation of this ordinance. We oppose the retention service workers ordinance. And it's not because we don't want to support businesses, but as it has been stated many times already, many businesses within our city that deal with service, security, and other type workers already have a very professional ethic and business methodology. And obviously, these businesses would not take these steps without just cause, and to put that financial burden or intense pressure on businesses' laps just to protect something that staff, and as you've heard, all business organizations are not in support of, it wouldn't be in the best interest in our view as well that this is the right path to take. So we oppose the retention of the service work ordinance, and that's on behalf of the Sunnyvale Downtown Association. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Next up is Josh R. Josh, you've been unmuted and you have 2 minutes to address the City Council.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Josh Rupert, speaking on behalf of myself this evening, although I'm also a member of the Sunnyvale Chamber of Commerce, Business and Public Policy. I'm speaking in agreement with staff's recommendation, and I've really got 2 points. The first one is I think that the business community has appropriately articulated that this isn't an issue. Everyone respects and values their employees, their service workers, recognizes the importance and value that they bring to their organizations. And I've never believed that having an ordinance or a regulation or setting a regulation when a problem doesn't exist just doesn't make sense. And I think one of the things that we've always valued about working in the city of Sunnyvale is how pragmatic city council and leaders are. Lastly, and this is speaking more from the perspective of sort of the post-COVID environment, it is a much more competitive business environment in the Bay Area today than it was in 2021, certainly than it was in 2017. If we want employees to work, we need to make the municipalities attractive to the employers. And I think adding another regulation for a problem that doesn't exist, administrative burden, is something that could, it may not, but it could, in theory, make Sunnyvale a sort of less attractive option to its neighbors. And so I think that it is imperative that we follow staff's lead and the business community, and that we move on from this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that was the final remote public speaker for this agenda item.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to council for final questions or a motion. Councilmember Srinivasan.
I had a couple of questions based on the public comment. First of all, I want to thank public for their comments. It was very informative. Thank you very much. Thanks for participating. One speaker said more study might bring more data. I wanted to talk to, is delaying this ordinance, would you, sorry, I'm stammering now. I need to drink water, but anyway, will giving more time for you, would it bring additional data, or will anything change at all?
You know, from a staff's perspective, the analysis that was done based on the scope of the study issue, it's my opinion that it wouldn't change. Some of the other ordinances that were mentioned, you know, deal with recall or first right of hiring for hotel workers that were displaced because of the pandemic. So those were ordinance and resolutions that were passed by cities to address a specific issue. You would have to give me a different scope of what you're looking for in order for us to, you know, either do more analysis. But based on the scope that the current study issue has, I don't know what another additional information we could provide.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to get a clarification on. And then I just want to say that I have deep respect for service workers, and then they do such an essential service. The question is, one of the speakers said that when a business terminates a contract, they give 60 to 90 days notice. In your opinion, have you come across that way, or is it they just terminate like this, or how does that work?
I think it depends on the situation and the issue, right? And when we did some of the outreach, some of the businesses and labor groups shared different examples of different instances that they were aware of. So again, I think it depends on the situation. It depends on the issue. It depends on the timing. There's just a lot of variables. But for the most part, the larger companies that have more of established process and, you know, larger operations, what they did say is that they do try to give us much, again, for the continuity. They want that institutional knowledge. They don't necessarily want to vet or retrain employees on how the system works. So they do tend to give a long lead time on the transition.
Yeah, as another speaker said, it's expensive to change contractors.
Exactly.
From their perspective, because of continuity. The next question I had was, if a service worker is terminated, apart from approaching their union, is there any organization they can approach, or what's your take on that?
You know, our NOVA workforce, regardless of whether they're a service worker or any kind, as long as you are an employee of a company that lost your job, you would have access to those services. So that's the agency that, from a city perspective, those are the services that we provide.
Okay. So NOVA caters to service workers too, right?
Yes, they cater to all workers.
Okay, thank you. I am ready with motion, but before that, I will wait for my
Okay.
colleagues. Thank you.
Councilmember Cisneros, question?
Yeah, I have a
Go
question
ahead.
because I'm thinking about the impact on business, right? And really trying to quantify what that is. You know, we've heard issues about for cause primarily, that's addressed within the ordinance, but then there's the matter of pay. Because besides, you know, terminating like a contract because of performance issues, it would be because there is a lower bid for a similar workforce or you're downsizing or whatever it may be. That makes perfect sense, and I've heard that from a number of people. Would this ordinance protect how much the workers are paid when they're offered the new contract, or is it going to be whatever that new contract is paying under that new contractor?
Under the scope in the Santa Clara ordinance, it does not protect pay. It's just protects their job, but not the pay.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Vice Mayor Sell.
Yeah, I would be interested in the scope of this effort changing so that we would be able to have the business and the labor groups communicate and to find something that they can more agree on, because the businesses create the jobs and the workers want to continue working in those jobs. So how can, I mean, there were some good things that were said by some of the business groups that we do want to have continuity, that we have the 90-day notice or 60-day notice. But then we weren't able to, if those things were more in a way that they could come together and agree on situations that would be most supportive of the workers, but also something that the businesses could support. So that's what I would be interested in this. And you are open to the scope changing, or would this have to be a new study issue? That's the question.
At this point, I think it would have to be a new study issue.
Okay.
Unless the city manager tells me otherwise.
Yeah, I agree with Connie. I think moving forward at this point with what we have is, or not moving forward is appropriate. I'm not sure that there would be a lot of progress if we went back out and changed the scope and restudied and did a lot more evaluation or community meetings around this.
Okay. Or if we were able to just one more reach out and see if anything changes to this ordinance would make it so that businesses would be supportive.
I think we have to come back with the ordinance anyway. I mean, we can certainly, do a little bit of light outreach to see if there are any big changes, but there would be another opportunity when we actually draft the ordinance and bring it back for the public to weigh in if they wanted to add anything additional, I think.
Yeah, and I could also add that, just based on the feedback so far, I don't think that there would be significant change. Again, I can't speak for them, but the feedback that they've given me so far, based on the ordinance, I think you heard some of the business community saying that they're not sure what issue we are trying to solve from their perspective, because they already are doing a lot of these things. So I don't know that us doing another meeting with them would change their position.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Next up is Councilmember Chang.
Thank you. Similar to Vice Mayor Sell's question, so if we explore different information, such as former Councilmember Fong mentioned, the New York information, if it's possible, some of the businesses mentioned they already give 60 to 90-day termination notices. If there were warn notifications required to the city for, certain business sizes, would that also be kind of a new scope?
Yes, that would be a different scope. And also just to clarify, the warn notices, that's a federal requirement. So if we do want to change something for the city, that would require a different analysis and different scope of how that might be implemented and what the impacts might be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Srinivasan.
Oh, I thought you will. So you mentioned something about when the ordinance is drafted, there will be another place where the parties can participate, or how does that work?
I think the city manager, and I don't want to speak for him, but I think he wanted to say that if council directs staff to draft an ordinance, obviously we would have to draft the ordinance based on your guidance, and there would be another public hearing to adopt that ordinance.
Yes, thank you for translating what I was trying to say, Connie. Yes, there will be another public hearing on adoption of the ordinance.
If we have to do that, how long will it take, or what is the staff time involvement in that?
For actual ordinance adoption,
Yeah.
given our agenda calendar right now, I would probably try to agendize that for after the first of the calendar year. Just given the not that it would take staff that long to draft the ordinance, but the weight of our agendas is pretty busy over the next several months. So we'd have to look at it, but I would say at least a couple months to get back to council.
Yeah, and I would just also add a caveat that it obviously would depend what council would want to have included in the ordinance. Because if again, depending on what the scope, if you just say, do an ordinance like the one in Santa Clara, which was the direction and the scope, that might take less time. But if you add additional requirements, and again, we'd have to have the discussion whether that would be another study issue or how we would address that.
Okay. I don't want to add to staff time and then drag the thing. I say, I move to support alternate one.
Can you read what the,
Alternate one is do not adopt a service worker retention ordinance and consider study issue OCM 20-01 service worker retention ordinance complete.
okay? And I'll second that motion. To your motion.
Yeah, first of all, thanks a lot for everybody public speaking, and then I fully support union. My father was a union worker. I really appreciate the efforts there, and then that literally brought our family up. But in this case, what I am looking at is what kind of problem are we trying to solve? That is, if businesses get 60 to 90 days notice before the contract is terminated, that is sufficient time for their workers to be get the notice. And then I think they, from what I have heard from businesses, and then as a business owner, I also feel that retention of the existing service worker is much more beneficial than hiring new people, new service worker. Granted, everybody has the same skills and other things, but then the knowledge of the area and then all the talents they have is critical in retaining. And think from that perspective, I think of course, there might be some percentage of service workers who might be losing their job, and then I think with sufficient notice, they can approach NOVA and then get retrained or rehired in a new business. So with those consideration, I think I don't want to add more work to staff because I don't think there is any additional effort. And then more importantly, the compliance, and then how does the city even maintain all these things, right? We don't have any data when the service contracts are changed. We need a separate department to monitor and all these things. And then there are even Santa Clara seemed to have the only legal course is a lawsuit, which is available to all the workers anyway. So with those things, I think it might be appropriate to say I move alternative one, and then I urge my colleagues to support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cisneros.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm just going to speak a little bit to why I will be respectfully voting no on this motion. There are a number of reasons, but I'll just go over a couple of the highlights here, and I will tell my own story about a relative and then make a suggestion. So I'll just say this, there's no way to tell what the problem is, what the scope of the problem is in our city or generally, because generally it's not illegal or against labor law to do this. So there's very little reporting. We're talking about a problem that exists but hasn't been brought into the spotlight until kind of now with this different fix to labor law. And labor law is almost always a for-cause ordinance type situation where you don't have a big agency monitoring or enforcing this. This is a way for people who have been unfairly lost their job, not of any fault of their own, to go ahead and have some recourse so that they can have a little bit more time if they were to even, if they weren't to have their employment ahead of the notice that some companies reply. And I want to say thank you to the companies who, of their own goodwill and in smart business sense, go ahead and already do worker transition and worker retention and provide all those notices. That is awesome. This ordinance will not affect you, but it will affect people who want to change contractor and fire people who are good workers, because that is another reason why I will be voting no on this motion, because there is the for-cause termination clause. If this is a performance issue, there's no problem in letting those employees go. If there's a management issue and you bring in new management and these good employees now have better leadership to work and continue serving your bottom line, then that's great. So I don't see how this really affects employers who are doing the right thing. And it does provide massive benefit to the workers who serve our communities, who do the really important work that keeps our entire economy running. And now I will tell a short story about my own family member, my dad. He got a job at Hewlett Packard in the late 80s. They were a very small company then, relatively, but he was a janitor. That was his first job with them. And they didn't have contractors. They hired everyone in-house. And they gave my dad training to work in the machine shop because we used to manufacture here. And he got other jobs working a little bit higher, a little bit higher. They sent him to college and he got a business degree. And he retired 2 months ago as a global client manager. So when I think about businesses supporting their employees to take that person who's cleaning your conference room and think, could that be my global client services manager? That doesn't exist. And that's what wouldn't be, we're not asking for that in an ordinance like this, right? Just simply giving people an extra 3 months to prove that they are a solid employee and they continue to benefit your company. So that's why I would be voting no, because I agree with having a modest ordinance like this. And I would be, if this motion doesn't pass, I'd be interested in making a motion that reflects kind of the concerns and wanting to modify the Santa Clara ordinance as is now.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Sell.
We've heard examples of good things that are being done to retain workers, and it's not like rocket science. It's, giving workers notice when a contract is going to change, 60 days, 90 days, but that's not assured that that will happen all the time. So I would like this as an opportunity to have labor and business come together on an ordinance that we work on in Sunnyvale, which minor modifications of this ordinance, but expressing in encoding some of the things, good practices that we've heard. So I will not be supporting this motion because I think this is an opportunity for business and labor to come together.
Thank you. And, Councilmember Chang.
I would also like us to continue exploring more information. I think, you know, we've heard some of the good things that businesses are doing with the 60-day to 90-day notices, but one point I'll also contend is that point that was brought up that vendors are transferring employees they do not want. They are people. And there are also bad actors out there when they're saying they're transferring employees they do not want. So I would like us to continue exploring more of best practices to at least protect, whether through the WARN notifications. I know it's federal and the federal government just shut down, so I don't know what that means. But if there's a way to change the scope or understanding more of how we can better protect some of the workers in our community.
Thank you. And I'll be supporting this motion. Thanks to all the public who are here tonight. Thanks to labor, to businesses. I was there when this was proposed in 2020, and you know, I remember the issues in Santa Clara, and we listened and kicked off this study. Little to know that in January of 2020 we would end up having 5 years of COVID and taking a long time to get this in front of us. So I appreciate, you know, Councilmember Srinivasan's question. Staff says that, you know, additional analysis wouldn't really change staff recommendation. And to me, I don't really want to make more work for staff. You know, Sunnyvale is very unique. You know, with you know, hearing from our business community, when we heard from Unite here in 2020, it was, look at all the problems that are happening in Santa Clara and San Jose. I have not heard that issue once in 5 years from anyone in our community. So from a Sunnyvale standpoint, adding additional barriers to our business community, I don't think is in the best interest. And looking at what is in front of us tonight, there's a lot of components to this of what the threshold of employees should be, lots of things from that standpoint that we don't have the data on, and kicking off additional investigations from council or from staff to try to come back only pushes this out farther down the road. So you know, I understand where the votes will most likely be at this point, but I do think that we're trying to create a solution for something that I have not heard is a problem in our community. And so I understand, you know, where some of the workers are here that are worried about their jobs, but we haven't heard that any of our businesses are actually doing this within the community. And so it's like, I appreciate the data, and I appreciate the time staff has done here. I know that staff reached out to try to get real data before this meeting, and we got some last minute data that I don't think is complete. But for me, it's creating a solution that didn't really have a problem. And so it's part of being on council is being pragmatic. And so we don't know the unintended consequences. And we're conceivably, you know, to me, a lot of this is performative. And I worry, you know, from a standpoint of having code that the city staff doesn't monitor, doesn't enforce from that standpoint. So I will be voting yes on this motion. And with that, City Clerk, can you please go? Councilmember Cisneros? Okay. City Clerk, can you please conduct the vote?
The motion fails 2-3 with Mayor Klein and Councilmember Srinivasan voting yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Cisneros?
Yes, thank you. I have a motion. I move that we direct staff to draft an ordinance with the following adjustments. Draft language clarifying any application of this ordinance to federal contracts and those who have federal government as a client or a funder. So gather that clarity. Have this apply only to businesses with over 50 employees. Really flesh out the 4-clause termination aspect of this so that it's very clear to current and prospective employers that the city does not expect them to retain workers who are not performing to standard, and do outreach to business and labor just to find any potential unforeseen consequences and then bring that information to council. And because it was mentioned that this isn't something that our council has heard from personally, I feel like, and especially considering staff time, get this back to us within 1 year. Saying, when it comes on, I don't want you to have to push off a lot of other things, but to have that come back in a period of time that is more convenient for staff. And if there is an extension needed, please reach out to council, as we do respect your time and your efforts here, and knowing that with outreach, timelines can get pushed. And so I think that it's very valuable to have those that addressed there. And yeah, I think that's about it.
Thank you. Councilmember Chang,
I'll second.
to your motion.
Yes, thank you. I already said a bunch of the reasons why I support and would like my colleagues to vote for this in my opposition to the last motion, but I also want just to point out here that there's a lot of interest to bring this back, perhaps with a different scope. And if we move this forward now, we have that opportunity to talk about it rather than bringing this to a reworked study issue or moving it through some other process. I think this ultimately saves the most time and gives us another opportunity to hear with new information that we have, and we'll continue to gather to really make a decision that works for this community, and also to ask my colleagues to keep an open mind for further tweaking of this when it comes down to it, when we have that new information. But I think that this is a very serious issue for people who do very good work in our community. And I don't quite buy the idea that there is something very, I love Sunnyvale and I love Sunnyvale businesses. And I believe that our business community has the best interest of our communities at heart. And we have a lot of really amazing actors who do great things for their employees and all of us. And I want to honor that in every single way. But I don't believe that we're immune to bad actors who would, do something that would jeopardize the stability of people who are our neighbors and our friends and who have a lot of responsibilities in their lives to take care of. And I think it's worthwhile to continue to explore an avenue that will balance the needs of the business community and those who work really hard in a situation where contract employees just don't have the same rights as an employee of that business. So I want to continue to explore this with my colleagues, with the rest of the community, and with our staff in a timeline that is reasonable considering our heavy workload. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chang.
Yes, I really wanted to explore more of what exactly the data behind Sunnyvale and more of that information. And I think allowing this scope, it'll come back to us. So there's more time for engagement and talking to different entities. And so I would like to continue exploring that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Sell.
I was wondering, I like the part Councilmember Chang mentioned about the 90-day, 60-day notice. I would like this study to include, this revised draft to see if that those practices, like what comes before the changeover, the 60-day notice, the positive things that can happen that would that would encourage the new successor contractor to take on the employees. So I don't know if that could be part of the motion, like explore what the previous contractor could, what component, the warning, the 90-day warning or the 60-day warning before the contract is to end. If this notice would somehow incorporate that or explore that component of it.
So that would be in addition to the rest of what what I mentioned, which is the ordinance with those exceptions, but then also explore whether, and I'm just trying to see if I have it right.
Yeah, whether
explore whether having an additional noticing requirement of the business and the previous contractor would also be necessary to put into this.
Mhm.
And before I answer that, thank you, Linda. I think that's really thoughtful. Staff, how much more time would studying such a thing take on? And it wouldn't be drafted necessarily. I don't even know. Would you need to draft the language in? Like, would you be drafting the language for that requirement as well along with it, or would you just be giving us information? And if it was just information, would you need to come back to us again to get that?
Before we get into to that discussion, I wanted to ask Councilmember Sell, are you making a friendly amendment or?
Yeah, a friendly amendment.
Okay.
You don't have to accept it if you don't.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
I'm
this
just,
is- She's asking for
Yeah.
clarification.
I would like to clarification what that would mean and how much extra time that would be.
So you are adding a little bit more extra, to the scope, so it would require a lot more outreach and a lot more presentations. And then depending on, what information we have based on this direction, it may also be a two-step where we bring you back our findings, and then we come back with an ordinance based on feedback. Or depending on whatever we find, we may be able just to provide an ordinance. So it really, I think it would depend on what feedback we get from the business community. And also, since, we really haven't had time to analyze what those impacts may or may not be. Again, you may have some unintended consequences that we just can't think of right now, right off the top of our heads.
100%. And I think what I'll do is I will not accept that friendly amendment with the caveat that that could be something that we discuss. And if it is something that's like discussed at the next meeting where we hear this, and if it's something that makes sense along with it, then we can pursue that further if that's the next step we want to take. But I want to keep staff's load a little streamlined with this and then consider that. But I really appreciate it. I think that's really cool. And, we can look for that. Thank you.
Continue.
So I'm going to support this motion because I believe that it's taken many years to get to this point. And can we get to a point that brings more people together? So I like the part of Councilmember Cisneros' part about contacting the business and the labor community just for additional ideas. Maybe there won't be additional ideas, but maybe there might be that would bring the two together more. So I really like that aspect of this motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Srinivasan.
Yeah, thank you for making the motion. I will be supporting the motion more I think about it. Maybe getting an ordinance which is a good compromise for not only our businesses but also workers might be a good option and a good ordinance to pursue. I know it is additional work for our staff. Hopefully this time our local union and then businesses can come together and then accelerate the process and make the process simpler. And then we can have a good ordinance which other cities can follow. So with that, I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
If I'm sorry, if I just clarify the Councilmember Cisneros, your motion only address the number of employees, but I wasn't sure if you wanted to keep the dollar amount because the 16 Santa Clara contract has 25 employees or $25,000. So I just wasn't sure if you wanted to tame $25,000 or increase that.
I think increase it and we can just simply double it. I think that having absolutely no, like, and I'm being honest here, not having a concept of that in full, I think double it right now. But as you go through the outreach, I think it's a good idea to get feedback on that number and bring that feedback to council so we can make an informed decision, unless there's a legal aspect of it.
So just procedurally, that you're essentially amending the motion again?
Yes,
Correct.
thank you.
Yeah.
And that needs to go to the seconder also.
Yes.
To approve.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll be supporting the motion. I definitely feel that I'm not sure how the business community and labor will come up with improvements. At the end of the day, I don't know if 50 is the right number or 100, and so hopefully we'll hear that. I appreciate Councilmember Cisneros giving staff a year. we keep talking about improving staff throughput and meeting our 2-year work plan. And immediately we've kicked off yet another, pushed another study issue out conceivably a year before we hear those results. So I hope that when this comes back, we find out more, and I hope that labor gives more data to staff in a meaningful time. At the end of the day, it's like I haven't heard of issues within our community. If there are issues in the community, I would love to hear that. But since this became an issue in Santa Clara, not really had heard of a single occurrence within our city of this problem, and adding additional, let's say, ordinances from a staff standpoint that they can't enforce, to me is always a question. It's like this is one of the things that we do from a city standpoint, trying to make sure that we're doing the right thing. And if we're not monitoring or enforcing, as we hear Santa Clara really isn't doing, there becomes a bigger question. But with that, I will be at least supporting this motion and seeing what staff comes up with sometime in the next year. With that, City Clerk, please conduct the vote.
The motion carries 5-0 with council members Mellinger and Lay absent.
Thank you. Our next item. Yes? Oh, sure, absolutely. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute recess and come back at 10 p.m. Thank you all. Let's go ahead and reconvene and move on to our next item. Our next item is item 25-0610, introducing an ordinance amending various sections of Title 16 Building and Construction Code relating to residential, mechanical, plumbing, electrical, building standard, alternative energy, and other things, and find that this action is exempt from CEQA. Is there a staff report?
Yes, there is, sir. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Suzanne Park, Chief Building Official at the Community Development Department. This proposed ordinance is to amend the 2025 California Building Codes. The city may amend the state codes as long as they do not reduce the level of safety set by the state. The state adopts codes in a triennial cycle. The various code additions are adopted at the same time, and these will become effective on January 1st, 2026. Of the listed 2025 state codes, the wildland urban interface is new to this cycle. Under previous editions, the requirements were dispersed through the various codes, but they are now aggregated into one individual code. The Wildland Urban Interface Code does not apply to our city because we are not part of a fire hazard severity zone as determined by the state fire marshal. The codes are amended by the city in 4 steps. On July 1st, the state publishes the code. At that time, the city has the opportunity to review the code and determine what amendments they would like to make. Tonight, I bring the amendments to the council for review. At the second reading, the ordinance goes to the commissions, the Energy Commission and the Building Standards Commission. The Energy Commission approves changes to the energy code that impact energy efficiency and cost effectiveness. The Building Standards Commission, who develop and publishes the code, must review our amendments to make sure that they are more restrictive than their code. On July 1st, 2026, the code begins enforcement. Much of the amendments to all the codes are administrative. Property addressing, permit activities, exemptions and extensions, time limits on building permits and plan checks, violation protocols such as stop works, fees and fines, document storage, how long we will maintain the plans, who can view them, and who can have copies of them. We have also added a definition for newly constructed buildings. We have had many buildings that have been revised, demolished, altered up to 50% of the original structure. So when that happens, we consider that a new building and they must reconstruct to the current building codes. The significant amendments to the building code are special inspection requirements for fire-resistant construction in high-rise buildings. Special inspection requirements are inspected by specialized companies that have an expertise in fire-resistant construction. Another amendment is the fire extinguishing and fire protection sections are referred to the fire code and fire prevention for enforcement. The last is the increased fire retardant roof covering. Currently, the state requires Class C roof coverings, and we changed that to Class B roof coverings. The significant amendments to the residential code are a new definition of townhome, which includes the identification that the home must be on an individual property. Second are fire resistant construction between townhomes. The state code allows common walls. We require 2 distinct walls between each townhome. Fire sprinkler requirements for residential buildings, which require when an addition is placed onto an existing home or a conversion from non-habitable to habitable space. Once it passes the 50% portion of the entire building, then they have to retrofit for fire sprinklers. Another one is wall construction that resists wind and earthquake loads. We do not permit particle board, fiberboard, or diagonal framing. These are outdated and questionable methods of construction. Increased fire retardant roof coverings as well, Class C to Class B, and then swimming pool safety requirements, which outline the Swimming Pool Safety Act, which is a state law, and also we adopt the International Swimming Pool and Spa Code, which outlines construction methods. We have also have some significant amendments to the energy and green building codes, which we brought to council earlier this month. One is the new electric readiness reach codes, AC to heat pump reach codes, and then because of the way the green building code was restructured this year, we are revising just not the code requirement, but the coordination with the new sections. And it transfers the 2020 EV charger reach codes from the very first reach codes into coordination with this green building code. That's completes my presentation. Staff recommendation is amending various sections of Title 16, Building and Construction of the Sunnyvale Municipal Code to adopt by reference the 2025 California Building, Residential, Mechanical, Plumbing, Electrical, Building Standards Administrative, Energy, Historical, Existing, Wildland, Urban Interface, Green Building, and the International Property Maintenance Code with local amendments and related findings.
Thank you very much. Let's bring it to questions from council. First up, Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thanks for the presentation. Very informative. I had a couple of questions. One, you said fire retardant code B versus code C. What is the difference?
You mean Class C
Class C.
versus
Thank
Class
you,
B?
Thank you. Thank you.
There's 3 levels of fire-resistant roofing material. There's Class A, which is the highest level, to Class C, which is the lowest level. So like asphalt shingles can be anywhere from a Class A to a Class C. So we require Class B. That also applies to wood shakes. You can have a Class C, which is just a normal wood shake, or you can have a Class B, which is fire retardant wood.
Thank you. And then I am on the Valley Water Commission. One of the things Valley Water is recommending is conservation of water as a part of REACH code. I know they said that they are reaching out to cities. Have they approached Sunnyvale at all, or?
They have not approached the building department. They may have reached out to environmental services.
Okay.
Yeah, but not to us for
Because
REACH code requirements.
They suggested that eventually they want that to be part of the REACH code. So,
Okay.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up is Vice Mayor Sell.
I thank you for this information. How are these informed by some of the wildfires, like the LA wildfire, that informs us to make some of these changes?
The wildland urban interface, I believe, is a collaboration with the state fire marshal. The next presentation could probably give you more information about that. I do know that the AB 130, which is what pushed the new reach codes that came through, that was based on a response to the LA fires recently at the beginning of this year.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And just as kind of a clarification, I saw a few comments on townhomes versus townhouses.
Mhm.
There is no distinction, correct? They're interchangeable from
That's
code?
right, they
So
are.
I just conceivably clarifying that somewhere in the code would be useful. I'm not positive. I think the code uses only townhouses, and one of the amendment or one of the attachments actually listed townhomes. To me, it's an inconsequential thing from an operational standpoint, but from a let's say consistency standpoint, I do think it's important, but I think staff sees it only as townhouses, correct? Townhouses are the.
Yes, we see it as townhouses, but we can go through and coordinate it all. Just verify.
And then can you go through a little bit about separated walls? So I'm trying to remember, so this is from a wall standpoint, and I saw several different mentions of walls throughout the ordinances. A separate wall between every townhome?
Yeah.
Is that current code or is that new? Is that
That's,
completely new?
that's current code,
Okay.
and we've had that in place with the city for many years, since before I've been here,
Okay.
that we've required separate walls.
Okay. It seemed to, anyway, I won't question the concept. I seem to remember projects with a single wall, but I leave it up to you. And yeah, that's why I was looking for a red line addition, and I couldn't find that, but I appreciate that from clarification. That was all of my questions. Let's go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk, raise your digital hand now, or dial star 9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no speaker cards in the room. City clerk, are there any remote participants wishing to speak on this item?
No, Mayor.
I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to council for a motion.
Mayor, if I can say something, I just wanted to mention there were updated findings. It's an updated Exhibit A to the ordinance, and so the motion should refer to the updated findings.
Thank you. And is there a motion? Councilmember Cisneros?
Yes, I move alternative 1, reduce the ordinance amending chapter 16.52 of the Sunnyvale Municipal Code to adopt the reference in the 2025 California Fire Code with local amendments and related findings, et cetera, et cetera.
And with updated
And with updated
findings. Thank you.
Updated.
Vice Mayor Sell,
Second.
to your motion.
Yeah, I feel like this is, the state is really focused on bringing us up to standard and being serious about environmental sustainability in all ways and protecting people from situations such as fire, earthquakes, and other potentially hazardous situations. And this makes sense in our constantly evolving and not in a great way climate. And I appreciate staff's research into this, and I think that this is just the right thing to do to be in compliance with the law and to have the highest quality standards for our residents available. Please vote yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Sell.
And I really appreciate staff bringing this information and making these amendments. It was really good foresight that staff brought those reach codes that just met the timing that was presented us before in other meetings. So thank you. And then that is difficult times because the bills were made such that you could not implement some reach codes because of the fires. But within that framework, staff did a really great job bringing this forth, having environmental considerations, fire considerations, and all the other considerations that were brought into these amendments. So I appreciate these changes, and hopefully my colleagues will be supporting this.
Thank you, and I'll be supporting this. Thank you for getting this to us before our January 1st deadline, making the appropriate ordinance changes so that we have control of what we're doing in our city, and happy to support this motion. With that, City Clerk, please read the ordinance title and conduct the vote.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Sunnyvale to amend various sections of Title 16 Buildings and Construction of the Sunnyvale Municipal Code to adopt by reference the 2025 California Building Code, Residential Code, Mechanical Code, Plumbing Code, Electrical Code, Building Standards, Administrative Code, Energy Code, Historical Building Code, Existing Building Code, Wildland Urban Interface Code, and Green Building Standards Code, and the 2024 International Property Maintenance Code with local amendments and related findings. And council members, you may now vote. The motion carries 5-0 with council members Mellinger and Lay absent.
Thank you. And our final item is item 25-0725. Introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 16.52 of the Sunnyvale Municipal Code to adopt by reference the 2025 California Fire Code with local amendments and related findings, amending Chapter 20.10 of the Sunnyvale Municipal Code and find that this action is exempt from CEQA. Is there a staff report?
Yes, there is. Good evening, members of City Council. My name is Dan Pistor, Chief of Public Safety. With me tonight, I have Deputy Chief David Sakurai and Acting Fire Marshal Russell Chung. We will be discussing an ordinance amending Chapter 16.52 of the Sunnyvale Municipal Code and amending Chapter 20.10 of the Sunnyvale Municipal Code. With that, I'll turn it over to Russell Chung.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. I am Russell Chung, the Acting Fire Marshal for the Department of Public Safety. As you saw with Suzanne in the Building Department, we are in the same 3-year code cycle. A new version of the California Fire Code was published in June of 2025 and adopted by the state of California. As soon as the code was published, we had our team here start looking at the code changes and comparing our municipal code. At the same time, our department participated with the local county fire marshals and modified fire code requirements and examined the need to continue the existing countywide amendments. Most of the countywide and Sunnyvale existing amendments have been retained, and almost all the edits and corrections as the wording or reference sections have been moved to the model code, and changes are to ensure that the corrected reference to our amendments. The new version of the California Fire Code becomes effective January 1st, 2026, unless the city proposes and adopts local amendments before that date. So Silicon Valley has been, Silicon Valley has been on the cutting edge of technology where times and model codes have not been adequate to address hazards. County consistency with local amendments is the key. Department of Public Safety operates on the public safety model. Local ordinances have always emphasized fire access, water supply, fire flow hydrant, and regardless of the occupancy. We acknowledge that City of Sunnyvale does not have any identified fire hazard severity zones and are not subject to the Wildland Urban Interface Code. Once again, the only changes that were made are for administrative renumbering and language updates. Staff recommendations are, there's no notable amendments proposed, only administrative renumbering and language updates. Staff recommends that council approves alternative 1, introducing the ordinance amending the 2025 state fire code. That concludes the staff report. Any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Srinivasan.
Thank you. On slide 3, what is the map of Evelyn and Matilda? What does that indicate on the right-hand side? Just above the
Can I
fire.
go back? Oh, the top map is a water map.
Oh,
It shows all the water mains and hydrants
oh, okay, I see.
in the
I
city.
know city manager sent us one detailed of throughout Sunnyvale, right? All the fire hydrant and the supply and all those things.
I don't recall doing that,
Yeah.
but we probably did.
Sure, that I remember. But adding to that question, do we have any chemical fire hazard or anything like that? Since we are all high-tech companies here,
What was the question again?
do we have any chemical fire hazard in Sunnyvale?
Have we had recent ones?
Not recent one, but then do we have any buildings which processes chemicals? We have chip industry and other things, right?
We do.
Okay,
Nutella and Java,
okay,
they process all the chemicals for all the chip makers.
okay.
Yeah.
So how does before these companies start building all these chips, they contact DPS, or how does the coordination works?
It's coordinated through building. So
Okay.
once they pull a building permit, all the departments, including us, will do a review through planning and through the building permit phase. So our department, at least my department, will look at the hazmat side, fire safety side, meaning sprinklers and fire alarm.
Asthma, I forgot about that term. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next is Vice Mayor Sell.
So after the fires in the Palisades in Southern California, was there any new findings that modified how we prepare for fires? Did any new?
Not from our side, but most of the rules that were passed, like you were mentioning, SB 130, that was to streamline basically the permitting process so people could rebuild faster. So on this year, in our ordinances, we didn't touch anything residential. We were kind of told not to touch anything because it probably wouldn't pass through the building commission.
So part of why you didn't change things is because not to impact the building code.
Correct.
Okay, so even if there were new advancements, you would be concerned that implementing those new advancements might not allow this to pass.
Correct. I think there's a 5-year moratorium on any residential changes, to my knowledge.
Any other thoughts? Did anything come out of the Palisades fire?
I would just chime in that outside of the building codes, I think what you might be referencing is there's a lot of operational changes that happens, right? With the fire department after such a significant event, there's significant after action reports that go into it and studies of how we fight fire and the way we interact with neighboring departments. So a lot of the operational changes are happening now, and we're learning from those fires. And then that training is going out to the fire departments as it's being understood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I did have one question. I was talking to the county fire chief about this earlier this year, and it's about wall battery storage systems. And I know that it's not fully regulated, so in talking to the county fire chief, there's not a real recommendation on inside versus outside, what is best practice. I think we look at, general safety, but there was a question on what's best from a county standpoint and how are we tracking those? Part of the questions, if there was a wildfire, how public safety would ultimately deal with those. Do we have that? Is that discussion going on around the county that you know of?
Well, the battery storage systems now are in Chapter 12, so it is regulated where you can put it, how close you can put it together and inside. So the only other place you can put it inside is basically your garage.
So yeah, and that was the question is what's safest from, let's say, a county standpoint, as opposed to inside the garage or outside a wall of a home, what ultimately is safer. And definitely the county, the county chief was evaluating that and having those discussions. Have we heard anything more about that?
On my side, no.
Okay.
We're only regulating batteries as is installed and not an outside source of a fire. So we're just regulating if a fire happens inside a battery, what happens to the battery next to it, and will that one catch on fire? That's why we have the 3-foot rule.
Correct. Understood. It's just we're seeing, let's say, a large number across the county of battery storage at a single family residence basis. And
Correct.
so, lots of solar panels and all that. And it's trying to figure out, well, you look at Southern California, the fires earlier this year, a lot of lithium battery issues from a car standpoint, but beyond that, a certain number of homes with wall energy storage that caused issues. And I know that it was being discussed, but I just wondered if anything had happened about that. So please, as you're continuing discussions at a county level, make sure that is evaluated, because trying to figure out what's best practices, especially as you look at what happened in Southern California, is very important. So I'll leave it at that.
And I'll just add, Mayor, on the operation side of things, is something definitely that we're training for, right? I mean, as we see more and more electrification and batteries in cars and homes, it's definitely something that at an operational level we're training for, and we're developing. There's all kind of new technology out there and techniques to address your concerns.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all of council questions. I'll open up the public hearing on this item. Please submit a speaker card to the city clerk. Raise your digital hand now or dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you wish to speak. I will call on members of the public participating in person first, followed by remote participants. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak. I have no speaker cards in the room. City clerk, do we have any remote participants wishing to speak on this item?
No, Mayor.
I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for a motion. Councilmember Srinivasan.
I move staff recommendation.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Sal,
Second.
to your motion.
Yeah, it makes sense. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you for all the thorough work you do to protect our community from fires. And so thank you. And part of that protecting is the research you do for all these regulations.
Thank you. And I'll second that. Thank you for keeping our fire codes up to date and making sure that we're responding to state codes to make sure that we're, not defaulting immediately to what they're doing, but making sure that we are, with defining what's in our control correctly. And with that, and so I'm happy to support the motion. And with that, City Clerk, please read the ordinance title and conduct the vote.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Sunnyvale to amend Chapter 16.52 Fire Code of Title 16 Buildings and Construction of the Sunnyvale Municipal Code to adopt by reference the 2025 California Fire Code with local amendments and related findings. And then the second ordinance, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Sunnyvale to amend Chapter 20.10 Certified Unified Program Agency Program Administration of Title 20 Hazardous Materials of the Sunnyvale Municipal Code. And then with that, council members, you can now vote. The motion carries 5-0 with council members Mellinger and Lay absent.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll move on to council member reports on activities from intergovernmental committee assignments. Are there any? Seeing none. Oh, Vice Mayor Sell.
So VTA had a workshop where they were examining strategic planning for the next 10 years. So I spoke to our city manager about that, and he suggested that I mention to VTA to maybe get input from the cities association. So I will be asking VTA if they'd be interested in reaching out to Mayor Klein about that.
Thank you. And I just wanted to mention from a Silicon Valley clean energy standpoint, most of our customers that are part of SVCE got notification at the beginning of September about a credit that will come back to their bills as far as in the upcoming months, which is always a positive thing from a staff or from a resident standpoint and business standpoint. Good to see some money coming back to them, which is positive. And looking forward, conceivably the rates will be going down over the next year as we look at what the general rates are being provided by approved by the CPUC. With that, see no other hands raised. We'll go ahead and move to non-agenda items and comments. Council, any non-agenda items? I just wanted to thank city staff for State of the City. We had a lot of positive feedback from residents, especially adding, we've made it more photocentric, with the slideshows over the last few years and adding videos this year. I think people really appreciated that. And hopefully, those that weren't in attendance will be able to see those videos relatively soon. But I think everyone in attendance I heard a lot of kudos from what city staff was able to provide. So I just want to thank the city manager and all the city staff who make the mayor look good, make council look good every year for the State of the City event. And hearing from our board and commission members, they were very proud to be honored and have some new swag. That's always a positive thing too. But it was a great event, and I just want to thank the city manager. Thank you. And that's all of council comments. City manager, do you have any non-agenda items or comments?
Yes, I just wanted to thank you for that acknowledgement and take a second to recognize Connie sitting to my right here, who is in charge of communications, and her unit puts together the State of the City presentation, and also Michelle Pereira, Library and Recreation Services Director, who her staff really puts the whole event on actual day of. And just wanted to remind council that we have our 75th anniversary public safety celebration this Saturday. So I hope you'll come on out. And I know the mayor is going to say a few words. Thank you, Mayor. And I will enjoy, regressing and climbing on fire trucks along with everybody else. So hope to see you all there.
Thank you. Councilmember Srinivasan, go ahead.
Sorry, this is not exactly IGR. Mayor and I, we visited the inauguration of phase 1 of levees of sea level rise of the bay Yeah, it was fantastic. So we are in phase 3, Sunnyvale. So hopefully we should see something going on. This levy protects Alviso and some of the areas of San Jose. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for that reminder, Councilmember Srinivasan. Yes, it was good to meet up with the new Army Corps director from a regional standpoint and push Valley Water to make sure that things seem to be moving hopefully faster with the study now that they've finished the implementation of at least phase 1, 2, a portion of that phase 1 project. So hopefully the study for phase 3, especially since phase 2 isn't going forward, moves fast. We'll see. With that, we will be moving to adjournment. We're closing the meeting tonight in memory of the senior planner in the Community Development Department, Sheetal Divatia, who passed away just last weekend. Sheetal first started working with Sunnyvale as an intern and was quickly hired as an assistant planner in 1994. She worked full-time here for many, many years, retiring in 2020 and returning on a part-time basis. Sheetal was a truly dedicated employee, working up until just a week before she passed. With a background in architecture, Sheetal was a great resource to her colleagues and trained dozens of planners on design review here in Sunnyvale. She had a knack for on-the-spot problem solving and was often seen with her sleeves rolled up, assisting her applicants on complex designs. She was most recently worked on projects like the Treehouse Hotel and the Google Mass Timber project. She was known for her quick wit, her great sense of humor, a big presence, deep friendships, great work ethic, and just a passion for the Sunnyvale community. Her service to Sunnyvale was meaningful and impactful. She'll be missed clearly by her colleagues throughout the city, and of course, presenting to planning commission and city councils. So please join me in a moment of silence for Sheetal's memory. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned at 10:40 p.m. Thank you for everyone who participated this evening. Good night.